I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Ninja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace like headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alfred.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alfred.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when it does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. It's so good to see all of you guys, and thank you so much for being here tonight. I have a really great energy from Justin's show, so I think I'm in a really good mood tonight. I hope you all are having a great night, and I hope the snow and ice is not slowing you down, but I've gotten a lot of pictures today of a lot of the mishaps with the snow and ice, and it can be slick out there. I hope everyone got what they needed and kind of, hunker down with some hot chocolate or a hot coffee or whatever you like to drink, a hot toddy, and just talk true crime tonight. I wanted to do our day 3 of Sebastian. We got a little bit sidetracked with Devlin's case. His case is just as important as Sebastian's is. And I don't mean to sound like Katie Proudfoot when I say that. Please don't think that I'm, sounding like Katie right now. But it is. It's very important. All of these missing cases are important, and shout out to Justin. He covers a lot of cases. And it's hard because you want to deep dive into all of them. You want to really find out what happened and try to figure out if we can find these people, right? Because I mean, people don't vanish. We say that because it's easy for people to understand, but that's not the case. Chuchi, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Gail, we are Sebastian's army and Devlin's army. Thank you, Gail. That's so sweet. And she's going to give me a double thumbs up. Thank you, Gail. Oh, Little Miss Sharon. And I saw your comment. Little Miss Sharon's been working hard on these streets. Oh my gosh. And I love the outpouring of love and hope and theories and speculation for Sebastian Rogers. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it, guys? It's just so nice to see. Also, Voices of Truth got me amped up as well because I was in there listening and then I was watching the part with Katie and Sebastian, and I mean, that part gets me every single time when his little head shakes back and forth. No, I mean, it gets me to the core of who I am, and as a mom, it's heartbreaking to watch. Hey Seahawk, hello Joe. Joe, you're too kind to me. Thank you, and Chuchi, thank you for the green hearts. Hey Deanna, good to see you. Miss Ann, I hope you feel better, sweetheart. I know this weather's getting to everybody. And then I'm in Florida, so I can't even relate to you guys, but you know, um, take care of yourself, get something warm to drink, get cozy, and get some rest. Linda Hall, so good to see you. Howdy, howdy. Hello, hello. And then also we have Bo. Bo, so good to see you. And thank you for being a member for 5 months, Bo. That is so amazing. Hey, Sandwich. Sam says, I love this lineup. Thank you, Sam. That's so great. I'm so glad. I always try to do, the night shows, but then I have some day shows, just depending. But when I went live the other day, everybody was live. And it was funny because when I got off and I started scrolling through, I'm like, oh gosh, everybody was live yesterday. But the buzz around Sebastian Rogers' case is such a good thing, right? It is an amazing thing. Tina Girl was talking about it, that it's so important. The Real Me Too was talking about how it's so important. And it really is because that's all we can do sometimes is keep Sebastian's awareness out there, right? And pray for him, pray for Seth. That's what we can do. So, and it's a little thing, that we can do. Hey, Fave Auntie, good to see you, Trishy. Thank you so much. And thank you for being a member for 8 months, Trishy. My goodness, that is so fantastic. I love seeing that, you guys. It's wonderful. The anniversary. So thank you. I know we started out as a Lady Freebirds. Then we did the dragon thing. So we're now the dragon tribe. And I just love my tribe here. And Magic Start, so good to see you. She says she's been going from live to live. We're live hopping, right? So it's so good to see all of you guys. Thank you, Janet, for being here, and Indigo. So good to see you. Also, Deanna, I think I got Deanna. Hope Float, so good to see you. Good to see you guys. And the Gathering of Voices is coming up. Hey, Nani. Howdy, howdy. Yeah, he's a chomper. Snuggle Struggles is a chomper. He likes to get up there. He looks nervous, though, doesn't he? And Janet, I don't know. I don't know about the cemetery or if there was like maybe. I mean, the fact I say the fact that there was activity, both nights in a row, but nothing before or after that, so to speak. I mean, we can't really confirm that 100% in my opinion. But what we can do is kind of watch, the footage that is out there, and that's what it depicts: is that there was people in the cemetery 2 nights in a row around the time that Sebastian went missing, right? The morning before and the morning of, there was activity, right? So it's just so bizarre. And then you also have, you know, lights or activity around the same time that Sebastian went missing. So, I mean, could it be a coincidence? Sure, anything could be a coincidence. But, when we're looking at true crime cases, it's difficult to accept a coincidence because many times things are not coincidental. So, Linda Hall, thank you so much. Hey, Holly S, good to see you. It's 19 degrees out. Oh my goodness, it's freezing. Oh my gosh. I saw that little Miss Sharon. Actually, that was about the time that I came in. I was late. I was really late, but I went over and shared the live. So, but it was really good. And I saw that troll in there. Not so smart. You got to whack a troll. You got to whack them trolls. That's cute. How funny. Hey, Shadow, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hi, Cindy Dalton. Cindy Dalton says, does anyone remember the Zachary Adams case? The the prosecutor in the trial is now the circuit court judge for Sumner County. Uh, okay. Trial and Error podcast. You will learn about Sumner County. Okay, Cindy, great. Um, I will check that out. I was listening. Kiki had sent me over a link to more audio from the dispatch. And I'm really looking for, all of this stuff that happened in the beginning, right? Because we are looking at it from a completely different lens 2 years later. And I think that's really important. I think that if we do that, we might find some things that we didn't see before, right? And when we're looking at something and looking at something and looking at something, sometimes if we take a step away from it for a while and then we go back to it, we see it with a different set of eyes as well, even though they're the same set of eyes, so to speak. Um, so I will definitely look at that, Cindy. Thank you. And thank you for being here. So I think that also a fresh set of eyes in law enforcement could do wonders for Sebastian Rogers' case, Um, Yes, absolutely, Gail. I hope that that will signify to people that we are not going to stop until Sebastian is found. People can say things all the time, right? I could put a green heart in the chat. I could put prayer hands up. I could say, we're not going to stop. But if I don't show you guys that, and if I don't physically go there to stand with Seth, then those words kind of are empty in a way, right? So anybody that has the means of opportunity to go, I would so appreciate it. And I was over the moon too because I hurried up and sent Justin the flyer. I try not to bug him when he's live, or anything like that, but I hurried up and sent it to him because that would just be wonderful. And it's just so nice to get together with people and meet people. There's been so many people that have been there with Seth who have gone, every single time. I wasn't in the position to go in the beginning, because I was moving and I had a lot of other things going on. But now that I'm in a good position, that's when I'm going to spring into action. And it is a call to action. It really is, Gail. It's a call to action, a gathering of voices, everyone standing together. I'm going to make signs. If people want to hold them up, we can do that. Again, I also want to do where you guys tell me a message for Sebastian. You want me to put it on there, and I'm going to do a couple of poster boards depending on how many thoughts and prayers or, from what you guys want to say. And I'll put your name next to it. I'll put dash couponing. So lovely to see you. So, um, you know, I think that would be so nice to have that on there and to show support. And, that way, you know, we're putting out positive energy in the air. It's very hard to keep the faith. And it really is because there's a lot of things that I would like to write on that poster board. There's a lot of things I would write on that poster board if I didn't care for Sebastian so much, and I have to pull myself back, rein myself in a little bit, and realize that he needs love, support, and hope and faith. So yeah, Justin's was good. Yeah, Justin's was good, Shadow. Piano Girl, so good to see you. And I love being in Justin's and Voices of Truth, because everybody's talking about, different possibilities, or we're bringing things in, like, oh, remember this, like the Vivint hat, oh my gosh, didn't so and so find that? And then, oh yeah, and then it just kind of like sparks our our brains to start working. I love that so much. It gets my wheels turning, so to speak. And it's like, oh yeah, I remember that. Okay, but wasn't that, when they found this? It's so important for us to do that now, especially looking back. And then we have some newer interviews with Chris Proudfoot where he was not acting like the jackass that we see when he's allowed to go on the hate channels and just kind of, kick back and have a few cold ones and play cards with Katie, and they're sitting there drinking. In my opinion, that's fine. They're old enough to drink. But it's another thing, to where um they're just chilling, right? They're just straight chilling, and that's weird. That they would do that publicly, right? Do that in private. Everybody needs a cool off period. It doesn't matter, even especially somebody who's guilty, right? I mean, they're the ones holding the burden. We're not, right? That's the way I look at it. I don't have to answer to the Lord for this. They do. You know, you got to answer for um either doing something you shouldn't have been doing, or um not looking for this sweet child. If you don't know where he is, then you should definitely be looking for him. And that's one thing that I found as a common theme in this case. They're sitting back, kicking back, while then they talk to Sheila and Fred, and it's a whole nother story, right? And then they talk to Nerdy Addict, and they're adding in some details that they've never told anybody else before. Like when Justin tells us about the conference, parent teacher conference that Seth, Katie, and Chris were in attendance for in the beginning of February. Right. But he tells Nerdy Addict this because he's trying to manipulate him. So he's going to tell him little bits of truth, and then he's going to mix in what he wants Nerdy to believe. Right. So we have to have missed something, Hope. And it's the same way in Devlin's case. It's like there's something that we're missing, and everybody that's serious about finding him has all said the same thing. There's something even big or small that we are missing, and we could find this kid, right? Whether he's out there somewhere, whether something more nefarious happened to him, there's just something that we're missing. And it's the same thing with Sebastian Rogers. They've made mistakes, and one of the biggest ones, in my opinion, is the shoes. Because if Katie was to hand off Sebastian, say it's Stop 30 Road, right? That little area that Jen took us to, which is a very good spot for a handoff. Did they take his shoes off first and put him in a car with someone? Or did they take his shoes off so he couldn't run around, and so he was frozen there? It's horrific to think about, but what if he was frozen without his shoes? He doesn't like the dirt, he doesn't like bugs, and he just froze there, and somebody came and got him, right? But the shoes are key. If anybody thinks about this case and discounts the shoes, they're nuts. That is the biggest thing in this case that makes it different than other cases, because you typically don't walk around barefoot in February. But we know that Sebastian himself did not like to be dirty. He wouldn't have left without shoes, because he was adamant about wearing shoes because he had a bad experience with the fire ants. So, and again, Seth says that he wouldn't go with somebody that he didn't know. Nani McPoppin says, it has been amazing this last week. So many creators, yes, putting out amazing shows. Yes, Nani, I agree. They've done a wonderful job. Every single person covering Sebastian, and I've seen a lot of people springing up to cover him at this two-year mark. Hey, Anna, and I'm so glad to have everybody. So. Yeah, Joe, that's funny. Are you the people are cold? Well, I mean, when it gets chilly here, I'm the same way. I mean, it's 71 right now. So I learn something from Justin's almost every time I watch him. I know couponing, it's great. And it's just Justin does such a nice job, but all the chatters too. Like everybody is really invested in finding Sebastian. And that to me is wonderful. Yeah, I watched Justin's live to the one not, previous to this one. And he did say that, yeah, he's pretty certain that he made it home. But I'm still not sure. And that's the thing, I'm still not sure either, Brenda. I don't like to say I'm riding the fence or anything like that, but because I don't like doing that. I usually like to, pick a theory and really work it. But anytime I'm working either one of these theories all the way through, right? Because I practice what I preach, right? I tell you guys, if we're going to start a theory, let's work it all the way through. Let's not just stick on one thing, and if we can debunk or if we can verify something, then that's that's level up, right? That's the next step. And so I'm always trying to do that, but it's just so difficult because of the trash can video, all of the back and forth, all of the hearsay. Now, if I saw with my own 2 eyes the trash can video, right? And we're talking about Sebastian taking the trash can to the end of the driveway. Katie says that's his chore, that he goes ahead, he takes that trash can to the end of the driveway, and then he comes back to the house, right? It's just a fast thing. It's up by the house. He pulls it to the end. He goes back, right? And she said that he did that after they came back from the Texas Roadhouse because Monday is trash day. And we're about to hear a clip from that, of the neighbor speaking. And I want you guys, and we'll listen to it again if we have to, but I want you to pay attention to this because it's super important. Now, these are people that are living across the street from Sebastian, allegedly, right? In this call that I found on TikTok. If I was to physically see that and I could decipher it for myself and say, you know what, I think that I believe that Sebastian, I could change my theory completely, right? I could be like, okay, bet he was home. And now what I have to do is figure out how he got out of the house. Now, I'm a big believer, you guys know, of Mob Crew when it comes to the flashlight videos and what has transpired there. So, this is my theory. If Sebastian made it home, then that's how he got out, right? But then I don't know what happened to him next. That's the hardest part. Even though I could know all of that, or I would know he didn't make it home, then I would still put him, maybe I would say, okay, then maybe stop 30 because that's where it would be the most the smartest. It's on the way home from the Texas Roadhouse. But I don't know that I would even know where to start from there because look, there's no cameras. There's no way that we know which way the perpetrators went who had Sebastian allegedly in their vehicle, right? So for me, it's still, where is Sebastian? Where, so then we have to look at things like where people were going after the fact, how much time they would have had to do something, and that sort of thing. Justin just played his footage from the neighborhood to Worshams, guys. It's right there. There's a huge river like behind it, right? Where if it floods up, it's going to be a river. Um, it's been alleged that Cruella's car was over by Worshams that morning. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. We don't have confirmation on that. So again, where is Sebastian? Katie has the answers. She is just hell bent on keeping them to herself, even though she tells us to be more productive. MST, it's so good to see you. Blessed in Florida. Thank you for being here. Hashtag Huckleberry. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, Laura, good to see you. Aw, thank you. Thank you so much, Laura. Aw, that's so sweet. We love having you here. Hey, good to see you. Miss Catherine is here. The Freebirds, we were. That's what Queen Bee was calling us over here. Lady Freebird, she'd call me. That damn Lady Freebird. So I'm like, hey, let's be the Freebirds. And then Seth teases me because he says, "You stole my dragons. You stole my dragons." I'm like, "Well, we did it for Sebastian, because he's the first case that I've really covered here." Hey, Sparky Doo, good to see you. So, and here's the cool thing about our community. Like maybe me and Justin are kind of a little bit different in our way of thinking. Just one, Heather, good to see you. But we can still theorize together, and I'm always like all ears to hear what he has to say, right? Because he's been invested in the case too. and he does research and he produces receipts. That's huge for me. I am a receipt kind of lady. Hey, Heather Marie, good to see you. So grateful for you to be here. And also, let's see here. Love light and oh, love and light to all from Southern Indiana. Thank you, Heather. So glad to have you here. I bet you're not too far from where I grew up. Lady, put a dragon from all of us so we can be with y'all. Oh, hope I love that. I will. I will write that down. The bracelet that Seth gave me is a glow in the dark bracelet. It says hashtag Team Sebastian, bring Sebastian home, and it's got a little ribbon and it's got a dragon on it. I've not taken it off since he gave it to me. It says Sebastian's Army on it. Um, gonna get teary eyed from it. But yeah, the dragons are big. Thank you, Hope. Aw. Magic Star says it would be great if we had something like an online card where everyone could sign something, then print it out for Lady Freedom to take along. Oh, that would be cool. That would be cool. Star, how would we do that, girl? I wonder how we could do that. That is so cool. Hello, Captain Jules. Thanks for being here. Hey, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. You're ready for the big time, girl, he says. You're very likable. Thank you, Joe. Aw, I'm passionate. Not everyone can do both. Aw, thanks, Joe. Aw, that is so sweet. You always make me laugh, Joe. Lady Freedom, do you know when that interview was with Sheila and Fred we heard on Justin's? So they played it not too long ago. I want to say it was either September or October of last year that they dropped it. I'm pretty sure it was then. And it was a really good one, Trishy. I played it here too. Fred and Sheila are so sweet. Like they don't mind if you play their content, and they will, just as long as you drop their links and stuff. They've done a lot of great content. How I found Fred and Sheila was not from Sebastian's case. It was actually when I was covering Jaden Spicer's case. Let me put little Jaden up here. May he rest in peace. But that's Jaden. His mother, Felicia, is in orange, where she belongs to be in orange, in my opinion. And then that's his stepfather. Those were the last ones with him. Same story as Katie. Same story as Katie. And when, hello, Sammy. And Tabitha's here, let me just say hi to you guys really quick. Diana Bond, so good to see you. Hey, Denise Sprague, good to see you. Thank you for being here. All blessed in Florida, look at you. 11 months, all proud to be a member of the Dragon Tribe. Yay. Oh my gosh, that is so amazing. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh, I can't believe some of you guys have been here for so long. I love that. Hey, Justice for New, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Peace, love, and Jeeps. Hello. Also, let's see here. I want to make sure I get everybody. Kylie's Nail Candy is here. Hello, Kylie. Good to see you. But this case with, Detroit is here. Hey, Detroit. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, thank you, Holly S., for the super sticker. Oh, I'm going to put that right towards the trip. Right towards the trip. Everything that we're doing this month will go towards the trip. Because we get paid like YouTube once a month, so it just kind of goes. But yeah, you guys are so amazing. All the memberships and everything will go straight to that. We're gonna, buy some snacks. So I buy coffee on the way, so it'll be snacks and coffee. And gas will be what I use it for. But I always just I drove straight through last time. I'll drive straight through again. And I'll give you guys some of the details on that. But yeah, these are also, equally garbage parents, but the same story, right? Went to bed at 9, woke up at, 8, hers was like 8 o'clock. And Jaden just went poof. Jaden was vanished, guys. He just vanished into thin air. Can you believe it? I mean, golly, kind of like Devlin Tate in the broad daylight. No, 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 no. Not with the issues that the family has on all sides of that. All sides, right? I say it all the time. Not every child has a Seth out there who is going to advocate for the safety and the well-being of his missing child. Sad. That's little Jaden. They ended up finding him. Well, here, I'll leave him up because I'm going to tell you guys about Sheila and her husband, Fred. So they go to meet Felicia and Joshua Gross, and they're talking to them. They're saying, "Hey, we're here just to look for Jaden. We're going to go find him. And can you tell us a little bit more?" They were talking a little bit. Now I'm paraphrasing here, but they were talking. Fred's former law enforcement. Sheila's a school teacher. And so, of course, they're kind of approaching it with, Sheila speaking to Felicia as a mother to mother. And then Joshua, was also speaking too, but they were kind of, speaking to Fred, and Joshua were speaking. Well, Miss Sheila tells this horrible mother, in my opinion, that would do this to the child. She is still on trial, so I can't, say definitively that she has done it. She has not been formally convicted, yet, but she has been charged with this child's murder. But Sheila looked at her and said, "We're going to find him." And she looked her dead in the face, dead in the eyes, and said this to her. And shortly after, Miss Felicia Gross, yeah, that is her last name, confessed. That's, in my opinion, why Katie refuses to speak to Sheila. Right? Refuses. Because she knows that when Sheila looks her right in the eye, it's only a matter of time. Little Miss Sharon, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. If you got a membership from Little Miss Sharon, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. I know. And what's so horrible, Kylie, is he looks awful. He looked so well taken care of when his grandmother was alive. And then this poor child ends up in a grave near her. So he was rescued, found, and the community put on a wonderful showing of respect that child deserved to have. So thank God for them. Yeah, Trishy. I mean, such a similar story. And she looked right at her too, and she said, "We're gonna find him." And Sheila knew. She said that just by, being there with her and talking to her, that she knew more. Very interesting. And it's the same old song and dance with Miss Katie Proudfoot here. I think, it says a lot. So I want to show you guys this video that I made, and I know it's going to be sad in the beginning, but I do love this song. And I think it's a beautiful song that really says a lot about how people need to stop putting limits on their promises, right? And it is a Christian-based song, and I know that the meaning might be a little bit different, but for me, when I think of it, I think about two naval personnel, two Navy members, Chris and Katie Proudfoot, who promised to uphold the safety of Americans, but as parents, they had to uphold the safety of this beautiful child, yet they failed to do so terribly. And in my opinion, may have done something to him or taken him somewhere and have been hiding him. In my opinion, it could be either or, because I am not the Lord and I do not know. But hey, witchy mama. But with that being said, I think that people need to start remembering that Sebastian is a human being, right? And this is for the haters. This is not for you guys. But people need to look at this young man and realize that he was just fine for 15 years of his life. A beautiful little baby, a happy little baby. He's not a cartoon character. He's a real person, and he deserves to be found. And so this song is going to be difficult because I know the one in the outro, you guys are like, Lady Freedom. But I mean, I have to make people understand who don't have empathy, who don't have a soul. I need them to see this, and maybe it might jog some humanity in them. Let's watch.
Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers has been missing for almost 2 years. He's a human being and he deserves better. Let's watch.
No conditions, no exceptions, just redemption, endless blessings, no frustration, no hesitation, just forgiveness for his children. No conditions, no exceptions, just redemption, endless blessings, no frustration, no hesitation, just forgiveness for his children. And shatter my excuses, Lord, I wanna do this. Time to stop putting limits on your promises. Broken but beloved, wounded but I wanted. Nothing in this world can change your view of me. No conditions, no exceptions, just redemption, endless blessings, no frustration, no hesitation, just forgiveness for his children. So shatter my excuses, Lord, I wanna do this. Time to stop putting limits on your promises. Broken but beloved, wounded but I'm wanted. Nothing in this world can change your view of me. Lord, I'll come, no more fear, I'm drawing near. Lord, I'll come, no more doubt, I want you now. Lord, I'll come, no more fear, I'm drawing near. Lord, I'll come, no more doubt, I want you now. So shatter my excuses, Lord, I wanna do this. Time to stop putting limits on your promises. Broken but beloved, wounded but I'm wanted. Nothing in this world can change your view of me.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 45.
Shatter my excuses, Lord, I wanna do this. Time to stop putting limits on your promises. nothing in this world can change your view of me.
Let's take a listen to what the Proudfoot's neighbor said she's seen prior to Sebastian's disappearance.
You guys saw on your camera right after school on Friday. Okay. On my video, about somewhere around 3:00 at the middle on Friday. Okay. Then they evidently had been out on Saturday because she comes home, she pulls up, he jumps out of the car and he gets the mail, and while she's pulling into the garage, he's skipping and he looks happy and he's running up to the front door, but then he doesn't go in the front door and he skips back down the sidewalk and into the garage, but looks really happy. I did not visually see him on Friday with the camera, but Sunday with my camera, but that was when I asked my husband asked the police, did you see who took that trash down? Was that Sebastian? And they said yes. Because in this neighborhood, if you want your trash picked up on Monday morning, you got to take it down there Sunday sometime.
Okay, guys. So right before we get into this next part, so this is, Smiley. But before, Shadow was asking who is the person who's talking right now. So this is one of the Proudfoot's neighbors, and I'll rewind it again. I want to also read what Katie put out the morning that Sebastian went missing, right? And then windows rolled up, right? And there was some really good pictures that Justin shared tonight, and with different angles of the windows and timestamps and all on it. And I was like, oh, I've never seen these before. And so, of course, I'm snapping pictures of them. But so we'll add those in as we go along. But the neighbor says that on Friday, her camera picked up Sebastian coming home off the bus, right? And apparently this is the one that's, I guess, right across the street. It doesn't specify. Now, shout out to this creator on TikTok, even though we don't have the same opinion, because she's saying, see, look, Katie didn't lie. She didn't lie, right? And that's fine. I don't care about that. What I care about is that this person says that they saw Sebastian on Friday. Then on Saturday, Katie and Sebastian went somewhere, right? I don't know where they went. Maybe they went out, got some lunch, or maybe they went to the grocery store. Who knows? But that she saw him get out. And now we've heard that Sebastian does not like the noise, from the garage being opened and shut. And so he got out of the vehicle. Katie opens the garage door. He goes over and grabs some mail. He looks happy. He's skipping around. He's skipping back, to where Katie is. He didn't go in the front door. And then he goes in through the garage with Katie. And then on Sunday, they say that the police told them that it was Sebastian taking the trash out, but they didn't know. So if they have the ability to see all of this happening, and Sebastian coming home on Friday, getting the mail, then him and Katie leave out Saturday, they come back, he grabs the mail, he's skipping around. Why can't they verify Sunday? They can't verify Sunday, guys. And this is Katie. Katie says, we're going to play this back because I know it's kind of, I even slowed it down because the way she talks kind of fast. And this creator might have sped it up, I don't know. So this is Katie. Emergency, right? Emergency, but she didn't call 911, but she's saying emergency. Now there was a lot of goings on. Hello, Debbie says, what? Good to see you. So there's a lot of comings and goings on in the Facebook group, right? And they're trying to get footage that morning, right? So Katie posts, emergency, please, if anyone has a camera, please check it between midnight and 6. This is so important, you guys, because between midnight and 6, Justin talked about it. We've heard midnight and 6, midnight and 6. Nina talks about it. Chris said it was between midnight and 6. Chris also told Holly Thompson between the hours of midnight and 6, Sebastian has basically vanished, right? Left out the front door and poof, he's gone. No, Chris, we know that that's not true, sir. Come again, right? Try again. Wrong answer. Hello, meow. Good to see you. And hey, Tully, good to see you. And also, I saw Marilyn come in. Hello, Marilyn. Good to see you. So no, ma'am, and no, sir. All right, but focusing in on this midnight and 6, midnight and 6. Always midnight and 6. How can they pinpoint the time? And some people might say, but Lady Freedom, to be fair to Chris and Katie, Katie says that she went to bed at midnight, and then she went to wake up Sebastian at 6. But in my opinion, I think that they're telling the time frame of when something could have happened to Sebastian to the best of their knowledge, right? It's not like they're saying, well, we're assuming that because we went to bed, I got off the phone with Katie around midnight, she went to bed around midnight, so we're assuming it was sometime after that, right? I don't think that's true. I think that they're spilling or leaking out information when they're saying that to everyone, right? Midnight and 6, midnight and 6. So something happened between midnight and 6, which leads me to believe that, again, if Sebastian made it home, it's got to be the lights video, the 3 a.m., the car in the neighborhood. It has to be. It really has to be. And this is Mob. This is Chris from Mob Crew. He was sent the video from the neighbors, right? And then they decided to send him more, right? Because there's only so much that people can hold back, right? We're over by the cemetery. We're doing this. When I went for Pig Fest, there's only so much that these people can continue to carry the burden. It's got to be a very heavy burden for these people. Sure, they don't want us in their neighborhood. Of course, they're sick and tired of the drama, but they know, guys, they are the ones that have the footage. The ones in the neighborhood know. They have to know. They're getting very, very worried, and they don't like carrying that heavy burden of knowing what happened to this child. And so they're sending in footage all of a sudden. And I say, keep the pressure on. Come to the gathering of voices. Let's do this. We need to keep pushing, guys. It's like we're pushing up a hill, and all we need to do is get over that other side of it. Let's keep pushing. Let's keep pushing. All right, so this lady says, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't finish. My son is missing, right? Here's Katie. My son is missing. Please, if you can check anything that may help find him. Please, if you can check anything that may help find him, right? So I guess she's talking about camera footage. He's 5'5", blonde hair, autistic male. And then the other person, one of the person's comments was, my camera did not show anything last night. I'm on Kellen, right? I'm on Kellen. Kellen is the street that you use to enter and exit the neighborhood. It dead ends, and then there's a cul-de-sac on the off to the side of it, right? So that's what we're looking at on Kellen. All of those houses, and there were multiple cameras in the neighborhood. Some of the homes had multiple cameras on their home, right? So not only did people have 1 or 2 cameras, maybe people only had a Ring camera, but some people had cameras from multiple places in multiple angles of their home facing outward, right? Yeah, no lights on in the morning. It's still dark at 7 a.m. Exactly, Detroit. That's huge. That is huge. And for them to expect us to believe, oh, thank you, little Miss Sharon, for them to expect us to believe that Sebastian would have gotten out of the neighborhood undetected by any camera when we see cats and we see, I think Mob had a squirrel on the, that he could see like a football field away, right? Like, I mean, there's no way a child who his mother describes him 5'5", 5'5" is 1 inch shorter than myself, you know, and I'm kind of a tall one out of our group. A lot of our group is a bunch of little shorties. I can call you guys that, but you know, I'm a little taller. I wish I was a little bit taller. Wish I was a baller. But you know, sorry guys, just a side joke. But either way, we got Miss Katie here posting, and then oh, here she is around the neighborhood with her window up. Very interesting. And I don't understand how she expects anyone to believe that she is not involved or doesn't have guilty knowledge when she was the last one with Sebastian, and she was responsible for Sebastian. She's his mom. And all of the windows, all of the doors, their whole house was secure, right? The whole house was secure. So, how did he make it out on his own? Even if we do believe that, how did that happen? You know? She says I'm super tall. 5'1". We were talking about that the other night, how tall we all are, and I was like, I think I'm the tallest. But you know, I'm taller than Sebastian by 1 foot. Well, excuse me, not a foot, an inch. And at the time of his disappearance, I guess that is so. But you know, oh my goodness, Hope floats your 411. Oh my goodness, ah, you know, and I mean, for him to get out of the neighborhood undetected. Now, if he was a little guy, right? If say he was like 4 years old and he's super short, maybe, but like we could see cats that are shorter. I don't know how a cat is shorter than a human, but I mean they are. You know, if we can see a black cat at it, it's not even like a bright white cat, right? It's like not one of them big fluffy white cats. It's a black cat that we can see, or at least it's brown, you know. Hello, Jelly Bean. Good to see you. I don't comment much, usually just listen. I have a question for you. Sure, Jelly Bean. Fire away. I'll sound like Chris. Make it a hard one. No, I'm just kidding. Petite and sassy, that's right. I mean, all my little shorties are always feisty ones. That's too funny. That's too funny. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to wait for Jelly Bean's question. I'm going to go ahead and play this back.
The Proudfoot's neighbor said she seen prior to Sebastian's disappearance.
You guys saw on your camera.
Right after school on Friday. Okay. On my video, about somewhere around 3 o'clock, get the mail on Friday. Okay. Then, they evidently had been out on Saturday because she comes home, she pulls up, he jumps out of the car and he gets the mail, and while she's pulling into the garage, he's skipping and he looks happy and he's running up to the front door, but then he doesn't go in the front door and he skips back down the sidewalk and into the garage, but looks really happy. I did not visually see him on Friday with the camera, but Sunday with my camera, but that was when I asked my husband asked the police, did you see who took that trash down? Was that Sebastian? And they said yes, because in this neighborhood, if you want your trash picked up on Monday morning, you got to take it down there Sunday sometime.
Alrighty, guys, that kind of puts us back to where we need to be there. And you guys are a bunch of little shorties. I love it. Okay, so I better not bring any high heels, is what you're saying. So Jelly Bean, so Sweetie Pilo is amazing. I know that she has shouted me out and stuff like that. I haven't watched all of her videos. I wonder, so it was in the very beginning, you're saying, and she interviewed the neighbor across the street. I wonder if this is an excerpt from that interview. You know who I've heard a couple of different interviews. Well, the one that Oh gosh, who was it? Who was it that did the interview? Oh, Brooks from Crime Lines and Lies, right? And um, she did an interview with the neighbors where they were talking about the pressure washer and Sebastian allegedly sleeping in the garage, things like that. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to go back and look. I wonder if that is exactly from this, or that the excerpt is exactly from that interview. Thank you. Wow. Hey, Jay, good to see you. Guilty of a Crime is here. Aw, good to see you. You're, we got another shorty. That's so cute. It was so funny, like when Betty met me here for court, I was all like wearing high heels and I was like, I should have worn my flats. That's too funny. Oh my goodness. Magic Star. Now I'm just giggling at you guys. I'm like, damn, I'm a giant. Like, that's funny. It didn't sound like her, so no, so not the same one jelly bean, huh? I'm gonna have to go back. I would love to hear more from the neighbors. Have all the footage, right? That is their footage. Like they own it. So I would love to hear more from them. Oh, Debbie, we're about the same. Yay. I got another tall lady. Well, I mean, we're average, right? Because I mean, we could be taller. Like, like supermodels, they're like 5'9". So Brenda, you're taller than me. Yay, I got one person. One person taller. Oh my goodness. Aw, 5'4". Shadow, you're almost there. My daughter's a little shorty too. I don't know where she gets it from. Probably her dad's side, but I'm like, yep. Because I got some tall ones in my family. Oh my gosh, Deanna. So you're supermodel territory there, lady. Yay, Deanna. That's awesome. I always feel like I tower over people if I wear my heels. So, aw, witchy mama, how cute. The short crew. That's funny, Jay. She's the Trishy. Trishy's the leader. Aw, Trishy's a good leader too. I tried being a supermodel, but they said no. That's too funny. I know, right? That's why I always like my frame of reference for a tall person, right? Because like those ladies have legs now. I think the neighbor interview with the power washer comment was a man. Yeah, yeah. He was. He was like he kind of had like not a Jersey accent. You guys are gonna make me do my bad accents tonight, but he was he was like he was like, I'm from New York. Shoot, she's gonna laugh at me, but he's like, I'm from New York, and then like he'd be like, but sometimes I have a house in Hendersonville, and so he was like very matter of fact, and I'm like, oh, okay. Um, so I do remember, and it was like he wasn't always like there. It's like he had a house in Hendersonville, but he lived up, more like by New York. Or he had that accent. Yeah, he had the accent. Shadow, I gotta work on that. So a retired pilot, yes, thank you, Hope. That's another thing he was saying. Yes. So I was like, oh, he could be, I mean, he seemed very credible. And, Chloe told me he was credible. Um, has an interview in members only. Oh, okay, sounds very familiar, but don't remember her emphasizing on how. See, I would be happy to give her membership um, because there's a couple that were moved over to members only, and I wanted to say that to you guys. I think that the poker party was a rumor. And I'm glad that you said that too, Sammy, because I know we were talking about it, where we're like, okay, what's with the poker party? There's something weird there. Um, and again, this neighbor doesn't mention that Sebastian and Katie left on Friday night, which I think is interesting just to bring it up too. She's talking about Sebastian getting home from school about 3 o'clock, but never talks about them leaving Friday night and coming back. And I would imagine she would say that. Maybe not. Maybe it's something that she didn't seem to be necessary since it was Friday. Um, but I think it was a rumor by Terry Lynn. I mean, that's my best guess. I can't really find it. There's a couple around that time period where she did put it on a members only, and I can't go back and take a look. So, because I'm not a member, but you know, I don't know. So, all right, so let's play this through.
Yeah. Chris, what time did you get home on Monday? Do you remember?
I want to say it was. Well, hold on. Let's see. 1 something. 1 something, I think.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. So Chris didn't arrive home until 7.5 hours after Sebastian was reported missing. So he was notified at 6 a.m. and he didn't arrive back home until 1:30 p.m. If we Google the time it takes to get from point A to point B, it only should have taken him 3 hours and 47 minutes doorstep to doorstep. Right, Chris?
Okay, guys. So I was quoting his Nancy Grace appearance. So that was from Spirit Seeker Squad on TikTok. You know, she's one of our friends here too. Mandy, she does a great job. She pays attention to detail like no other. But she was talking about how Chris was using we in that interview, right? And I still have another piece that she had added on to the other part, but I wanted to just emphasize that Chris was, you know, notified first before anyone that Sebastian disappeared, right? He's gone, he's missing, he vanished. I went to wake him up for school, you know, our effing son isn't here, as Katie would say, you know. And Chris said that he was, you know, in the crane. We know that's not true now. That looking back in hindsight, we know that's not true. But then, you know, he doesn't even try to make it home. Like if I had a 3 hour and 47 minute ride, the only thing that, thank you, little Miss Sharon, the only thing that would keep me from speeding my butt off, right? And getting there as fast as possible is if I needed to get gas, right? Like say I only had a quarter tank and I'm, you know, driving into work and Katie calls me and I say, oh my gosh, really? Oh, and then we call and everything. I would have, he should have turned around at 6 o'clock in the morning and been hauling ass to Hendersonville. No? I mean, that's what I would be doing. If I had to make a stop and get some gas, sure. But I mean, I wouldn't even be thinking about anything other than getting there as fast as possible. One good example that I can give, my friend Crystal McCrory Jones, or excuse me, my friend Jana's sister, Crystal McCrory Jones, her life was taken, in my opinion, by her husband, Tony Jones. But when my friend Jana was notified of this, she sped from her house, that's usually a 40-minute drive, to Crystal's in 20 minutes, right? You don't think about that you're thirsty, that you're tired, that you're hungry, that you're, you know, the only thing that matters at that point is fuel. That's it. Because you need to get there, right? So you can't get there, you know, you can't haul ass there if you don't have any gas or fuel in your vehicle. He didn't show up until 1:30, you guys. There is another excerpt from Chris speaking, and he's speaking about how he was on the phone with law enforcement all day, the whole day, back and forth with law enforcement, even though he wasn't at the house. Who is he talking to? Is that true? I mean, you know, I take things that Chris says with a grain of salt, but I also think that he says a lot of things that are true, mixed in with the lies. So, you know, and exactly, Catherine says, and according to his boss, he didn't ask to be relieved. The boss had him replaced because of his attitude and didn't know about Sebastian. And, you know, Silvers also did a really good job, and so did Bullhorn Betty, of confirming that information, because Betty went to the job site at the St. Jude's project there in Memphis and showed us all, like, nobody's working, it's crickets at 5:30 in the morning. But then also Silver was over there asking questions to Chris's people, the bosses, the people that were running the park where his RV was, and things like that. So that's a great point, Catherine. And no, he didn't say, hey, my son's missing, I need to go. Like, I mean, it would, I understand that if he's physically in a crane, he would have to have someone relieve him, but he wasn't physically in the crane, in my opinion, when he found out. right? Now, if she had called him at 8:30 in the morning, he would have been in the crane, he would have been operating the crane, and there may have been some time where he needed to, um, you know, find the relief, make sure that he was safely, leaving the crane. He's, that job is a big job, and it, they got to make sure they're safe. But other than that, he should have been hauling ass to Hendersonville, you know? So I think she may have as well, Faith Auntie. I mean, they obviously had cameras before. According to Nina, she's like, well, Christopher, what about your cameras? And, of course, he had nothing to say for that. According to Silvers, thank you, MST, he worked until 11 a.m., according to Silvers, right. And they had relieved him and said, yeah, hey, you have a terrible attitude. And who knows, guys, maybe he was talking to law enforcement in his earbud, and maybe they were not believing what he was saying. Bullhorn Betty again made a really good point on one of her shows lately, that they were talking about she was talking about how, if Chris was, let me think of how to say it, because of Chris's attitude and demeanor, he was let go and not, didn't relieve himself, right? He didn't tell anybody. And I think that if he would have told people, they would have let him go. But since he didn't tell anybody, and he's probably mad in the crane, he's talking back and forth with law enforcement. They're probably not believing his story. He was the one that was chosen to do a ride along. And and again, this is something Bullhorn Betty had mentioned, and I thought it was really noteworthy. Whenever law enforcement asks you to ride along with them, and you're not a little kid who wants to be a cop when they grow up, yeah, they want to see your reaction to certain stimuli, right? That they're showing you, and they want to be able to gauge you. And when she said that, and she referenced the McDougal case, right? Where this man had done something to little Audrey, and he was a registered RSO, or excuse me, an RSO, and they had him do a ride along too, right? Because they're trying to gauge this person's reactions, actions, right? Are they getting sweaty? Are they getting nervous? Are they, getting upset? Are they sad, right? Just trying to gauge what this person reacts to as they're taking them around. So Chris thought he was slick, like he was getting some sort of special treatment. No, they were gauging him. They were absolutely gauging him. If Max the dog honestly picked up Sebastian's scent to the pond, that's saying something, that Sebastian left the house somehow or without shoes. They did not track Sebastian to the pond, Indigo. They did not. That dog was not scent specific. So he wanted to make sure KK didn't slip up. I bet he was on the phone with her FaceTime so he could control the situation. I was wondering if he was on the phone too, on a FaceTime call. I was wondering that as well. Well, and we talked a little bit about it too, that perhaps Katie was on a FaceTime call when they did like the 2-3 hour phone call. No, I never got an email from Shauna Detroit. Thank you. Thank you also for reminding me about that. No, she posted some crap on her page, and it wasn't nothing to do with what she said it was. That Shauna girl, she started coming in here when I started talking about going back to Tennessee. So I don't know if she's going to put a hit out on me. I don't know if she's going to put a hit out on me. Jules, I'm going to need your help. Or what I don't know what her intentions are, Detroit, but I don't feel like they're good ones, especially because she's like coming in here spreading misinformation A little worried. Thank you, Jules. So, I mean, yikes. What a weirdo. And then also, yeah. Well, I'll just save it, but no, she didn't do that, and I think she's just trying to get people's attention. We have that a lot in these cases. Um Even Seth, I was behind in chat when we were talking about it, but Seth was telling us a story the other night in the chat about one of the chatters right here on the YouTube streets had raised money for Sebastian for a PS5. And then she pocketed the money and never did buy the PS5, right? People have sent, gifts and things like that um for when Sebastian's found, right? Because we keep the faith. And so it's very disheartening to know that. Um and I've made sure that that person is blocked, so that's the only thing I can do. But I mean, it's amazing how people will do that. I even saw a chatter in Justin's that was like going on and on about Seth, and I'm like, I was so close to being like, have you ever met Seth? Or I mean, it was very bizarre, some of the things that that person was saying, and I was like, it sounds like you know him or something. Yet I've never heard about you. I've never heard of you until just recently. Um, I wonder if the cell and guys, that's gotta be so creepy. Like, for Seth to have, like, so many Holly, I couldn't believe it. Yeah, and that was sped teacher. And I'm like, wow, you know? Um, yeah, so I was shocked too. Um, maybe he was on the phone with LE talking back and forth to KP alone. Maybe. I mean, and that's the thing. He could have been on the phone with KP and then got off and then went back to, talking with her when he was done talking with law enforcement. So, yeah, and she hugged Seth at the vigil. Yeah, I know hope floats, and that it's so odd, you know. I don't understand why anybody would do something like that for such a small amount of money. But either way, they did it, you know. Um, and it's just something that we have to leave up to karma, which is unfortunate because, we like to see justice that's served. Um, but yeah, I mean, I will not be, um, you know, I just ignore people when I don't, particularly care for their actions. So that's probably how I'll handle it. Um, you know, Yeah, Deanna, you were in here too, and we had a lot of people in here, and so chat was, I was behind in chat like really bad, and then I saw a message that said Seth said, "Lady Freedom, can you see me?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, you're one of my mods," and so it was kind of funny because I was like, um, and then I was like, "Oh," and then Chuchi sent me a message. So I was like, "Okay, thank you." So yeah, yeah, really, it was the real sped teacher. People have been impersonating other people a lot. Yeah, it was. It was. I'm not sure how long ago Seth had told me that story, but I forgot who it was that did that, right? And so I was just like normal, like, "Hey everyone," saying hi to everybody. And then by the time I knew it, Seth was telling that story, but because that person was in the chat and I was like, "Oh yeah, it was her." Right? So that's kind of how that went down last year. Thank you, Hope. Yeah, it was a while ago. It was a while ago. So, um, and a lot of times if something like that's shared with me, I don't share it out. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's something that's shared with me, I try to keep it to myself because but when Seth wants to talk about it, hells yeah, he can talk about whatever he would like in here. And then whenever I saw he was like, that person's in here right now, and I was like, use your wrench, Seth. you know. But yeah, it was one of those nights where I was just behind in chat, you know. So yeah, it was sped teacher. I know, Sammy, it's wild. It's never the ones that we expect, in my opinion, or the never the ones that I would expect, right? Whenever somebody does some crazy ass shit like that, I'm always like shocked who it is, right? I'm like, wait a minute, you mean what? And then yeah. But I hadn't seen her in so long and I didn't even think about it. So when she was in here, I'm like, oh, hi everybody. Hey, Seth teacher, good to see you. She had made a good point. I had said something about it. And then, shortly after that is when Seth was telling us about it. So did Max the dog pick up on Sebastian's scent at all or what? No, there's been no scent of Sebastian ever. No, not at all. No. Ken Weiner did an interview, I believe it was day 4. And when they did the press conference, the first one that they did, for Sebastian, and he said that dog is not scent specific. So it's been very, very confusing, Indigo. So I thank you for asking because I know it's confusing. I know I had wondered where she'd went for a little while too. But she hasn't been on for a long time. So of course I just made sure I told, to get over to Seth. I'm sorry for that, for being behind because I didn't realize that he was telling that story while I was, talking. So the subscriber thing popping up, I don't know. And I will say that the hate channels like to do that with the alt accounts, and they do clone people. But that's not what it was. Well, and that's what Seth had said when I went to go look at the chat later, Holly, that's what Seth had said. He's like, why would she be raising money to get a gaming system when his son needs to be found first? I would think that he needed to maybe get flyers or buy a bunch of bracelets. If you're going to do something like that, make sure you put it to good use, I just think it's odd to raise money for someone else's kid anyway. Like even when I did the GoFundMe for Jessica, I put it all in her hands and her name, all of that. I've had to take it down since because she was being an ungrateful person about it. But other than that, no, I would never independently raise money like that at all. That you can do a GoFundMe for that person and they get it straight to their account. Straight to their account. So, no, there's no reason to put your grubby hands on someone else's money. Ugh, sorry. Okay. Alrighty. So let's get back to Mr. Crispy.
Sheriff's Office in Sumner County.
Oh, wait. No, sorry. We're not on Mr. Crispy. So what we're on right now is Sebastian Rogers. Now, this is K-Gen, guys. K-Gen is awesome. She's been involved for a long time. She does her thing on TikTok. Big shout out to K-Gen. And this is her from her TikTok channel. She says Sebastian Rogers revisiting old interviews. Seth Rogers' boss speaks to Nick Barris. Now, this was day 3 of Sebastian being missing, right? Or being reported missing, right? So on 2/28/24, we have Seth's boss talking to Nick Barris about Sebastian's disappearance. So, hello, Cece. It's been a day. It's been a day. Oh, look at you, Jules. Oh my gosh, look at our anniversaries, you guys. Aw, thank you, Jules. 9 months of the Dragon Tribe. We love you, lady. Aw, thank you, Canine Captain Jules. I love you too. That's so great. I love that. This is something, Shadow, I think that people were trying to kind of keep under wraps a little bit because we know that the hate channels wanted everyone to believe, right, that Seth isn't really an officer. I remember Elevated Goof. He's not really an officer. Okay, Here we go, elevated goof.
County's involved with the search for that 15-year-old. I'm just curious, when it goes out in a bolo, and as it is now, it's going on its third day of not finding this child. And the child, in my belief, could still, as an autistic child, be hiding somewhere, still be fearful. You always wonder at what point in the game, the consideration of maybe some type of foul play, which they have not said is the case yet. But do you ever have, if, a neighboring county when this happens, is there any involvement? And I'm sure the police department, the sheriff's office here, are you even aware of this? Would you have any contact with the sheriff there? Like, well, we can keep our eye out here in Davidson County. I mean, Have you heard anything at this point on this?
So good question. A couple things. One that you would want to know, the birth father of this child worked for us in this situation. Now, I don't know the relationship. There's a lot of conversation about that, but he is an officer with us, been here a year or so. That's not information from him coming to us. We understand that that's the case. We always get asked to participate and help in these types of situations. Some version of it. It could be, will you assist in helping? We have 2 staff members who work for us who have, in their private life, they have dogs that search, and so they go out, volunteer their time. They've been out there the whole time helping on their own. But we have to be really careful because it's their private dog. It's not the sheriff's office stuff, but they volunteer and doing that.
Okay, guys. So you're welcome, Nani. I'm glad that you guys are able to see it. So he confirms right there that Seth is an officer and that he had been an officer with their department for almost a year, right? Almost a year. Now, he is using some distancing language, which I didn't really like, but, because here's the thing that's weird to me, and, feel free to have a difference of opinion, of course, but I think that, and I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying usually when we have a situation where another officer's child is missing, it's like all hands on deck, red alarm, let's go. Right. But this one's like, oh, well, yeah, he worked for us, but there's technicalities. And he is doing a good job of explaining that it comes down to money, right? And it comes down to jurisdiction. And then it comes down to who's on whose payroll, and things like that. So, yeah, they did. Well, and it was officers' dogs that came in. Their officers, yeah. Canine Joel says, oh, wait, people use their private dogs to search. How about that? How about that? So, and it was because they had to volunteer because of them being a Davidson County officer, right? And, I don't know if it sounds petty. It just sounds like, a technicality. But because they're an officer for Davidson County, if they go out and assist, they'll typically be doing that on a voluntary basis rather than Davidson County saying, okay, even though all of our officers are just sitting around with their thumbs up their butts. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, hypothetically, we can't send them over, right? Because they're on our payroll and not Hendersonville. So again, money. So yeah, private dogs. Yeah, they're private dogs that had been brought in for volunteer, to volunteer, which I'm very thankful that they did, but it's kind of, strange, Oh, Canine Captain Joel says, lady, it's like me volunteering with Cherry, Jesse, and Zachary. Okay, right. So, the point is, I was trying to make is that people said I could never use my dogs because they were owned by Army. False. And then the sheriff just said it right because your own dogs are your own to use. Yeah, I got that, Jules. Thank you too for clarifying. I'm so glad you're here to kind of help us with it too. Well, Nani, we've heard that as well, and Seth has brought it up before. That there's a bit of a rivalry between Davidson and Sumner counties. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I do remember that being said. But again, I just want the misinformation to be squashed about Seth. He was absolutely an officer of the law, right? At the time that Sebastian disappeared, and he had been an officer. For people to take someone's hard work and credentials and say that they're not what they are, makes me sick at my stomach, right? When we have especially these losers on YouTube who have never accomplished anything in their sad little lives saying that about the father of a missing child. You know? How dare they?
We have other folks on our special operations response teams who go out and volunteer their time and help. Where it gets a little weird is because, and it's usually through the Office of Emergency Management for Davidson County that's also working with Sumner County. That's how we get connected to it. Where we have some issues is, and this sounds real petty, but you know, sending people who are getting paid to do a job here over into other counties and do it. So it's I hate to say it, it's almost a volunteer situation.
Okay.
Because we don't have the
But
equipment.
you're kind of a camaraderie, the fraternity. You help each other when you can,
Right. And
they volunteer. I bet
That's
they
right.
do so.
Right. And we would even do some where you're on the clock doing it. It just always is a weird deal because what happens if it's, you know, Murray County? What happens if you just keep going? And so we've had this conversation. We've had some people up there volunteering. We have some other folks who are kind of in wait to do certain things, but it's just a show of force. It's extra eyes and ears. I mean, we don't have any special skills that would help you in any way, but we usually work through OEM, who is working through OEM out of Sumner County, and I think you know, just like you, it's a scary situation each day that goes by and you don't see something.
And it's interesting you say this. Our understanding was that the boy's biological parents are separated or no longer married, and I think his mother may have remarried, and he may have a stepbrother now along those lines. Just with regard, and that is interesting that he happens to be.
All right, guys, I got Steve Harvey side-eyeing, you know, Nick Barris here. Okay, what kind of, you know, journalist are you that you don't know that Sebastian Rogers has a stepsister? Again, they're acting like well, you know, we're going to speak on it, but we really don't know what's going on. No, come on. I mean, we all misspeak at times, right? I mean, there have been times where I've come off of a live and I said, "Did I say this?" "Oh yeah, I did." "Okay, let me correct it next time." Right? The news media really can't do that, nor will they ever, in my opinion. They don't ever want to be held accountable. But we have Nick Barris here, who is supposed to have been the one to bring us the lights video. And you know, he's over there, well, I don't really know the situation between the parents. Bull crap. I bet you he knew the situation between the parents, but he didn't want to say anything. Because if he did, he could probably get sued by Mr. Proudfoot or threatened by Mr. Proudfoot. And Holly, they are stalkers. You know, that's why when all that crap started happening with this stuff going on with Devlin's case, it's going to be nipped in the bud real quick. You know, Florida has a wonderful law where you can get restraining orders on other people in other states. Right? So, yeah. And I don't play that game. I don't play the back and forth, the harassment. Right away I will stop it. I think they cleared Seth and CP would lose his yeah, and act out and talk. I think so too. I am going to be calling for that myself. Holly, I am. I'm going to be calling for Seth to be cleared. Yeah. I'm going to make a whole sign for it. You know, he deserves that much so he can continue on with what he's doing to try to find his son. Right? And Seth was also in here talking about Sebastian's law the other night. So he needs to be moving forward with all of the good things that he's got planned, not worrying about whether law enforcement is competent enough to let him at least be rid of all of this crap that goes on the internet. I have a few more minutes before I turn into a pumpkin. Aw, Trishy, thank you so much for being here. It was so nice chatting with you tonight, too. Aw, thank you. Thank you so much. Nani McPoppin says Seth's life was put in danger because of the lies. Exactly. Yeah, the pedophile. Yep. Oh, yeah. Prisoners have no grace, mercy on a person. They think the person hurt a child. I mean, exactly. Look at what's going on with Jay Caro. Like he keeps getting, you know, beat up in prison. You know? Where are you now, Mr. Barris? Yeah, saying that the lights video that he put up was false. You know? Doesn't know anything. And here's the thing. Me wanting Seth cleared is nothing that Seth has ever said to me. But I think that he should have been cleared right off the bat once they knew that he was working for Davidson County when this all went down. For them to drag him through the mud like this, in my own opinion, this is no one else's opinion besides mine. It needs to stop. It's gone on for 2 years now. And Sheriff Craddock needs to do the right thing. You know? I'm gonna do posters, Shadow. I'm just gonna do posters and I'm gonna take messages from you guys and write it on there, but that'll be separate from the one that I make for Seth. I just think it's time. I think it's been going on way too long. You know? He should never be put in the position where he's well, I'll just say it this way. He should never be put in the position where he isn't allowed to take the proper steps because they're still looking at him. At this point, they have enough information to clear him. So the reason they're not doing it, in my opinion, is because they don't want to upset Chris and Katie. Too bad. They can be as mad as they want to be. What's going to happen? The world's going to blow up? I don't think so. He can be as mad as he wants to be in his little house. I mean, but clear Seth so he can continue on what he's doing. Brenda says, make a sign that shows everything Seth has done, one side in a short list Chris and Katie has done. Here, I'll just put a blank sign right next to what Chris and Katie has done to find Sebastian. Nothing. Just a big green board. Yeah, I still have questions about who was that tossed his house and why. Yeah, exactly. They did. They tossed his house. According to Seth, they, messed up Sebastian's bedroom. And then they left out. Hello, Scranton Strangler. Good to see you. So what's up with that? You guys will just tell me what you want me to write, and I'll write it from Shadow or from, Chuchi, from Janet. Yeah. Yeah, that way, we'll have some uplifting stuff, but with me, it's like, let's get down to brass tacks. Clear Seth. He does not care, Janet. Someone corrupt with money is running that town, and there won't be a search or justice till there's new leadership, in my opinion. I know, Denise, and that's terrible to think about. That's terrible to think about. It really says a lot about LE that they're having they haven't cleared Seth. Like, what have they been doing? Right, Batgirl? And this is one of their own. This is one of their own. I think it's very disrespectful to Seth, Marilyn, as well as to, again, make it seem like the position that he earned wasn't the position that he held. You have to earn positions like that. You don't just get chosen like off the street, like, hey, come on into our police department. If that was the case, then, I can understand the incompetence. But no, you have to have at least some sort of credentials, and you have to pass tests, and you have to do certain things to become a corrections officer. Do you think that they're going to put just any old average Joe off the street as a corrections officer? Even if they're in need of people like that, you still have to earn your spot. And then once you're given that spot, you have to continue to earn it. And that's exactly what Seth did. And for them to take that away from him, I don't even think there's an appropriate word for that. I mean, so many bad apples. Oh, good, justice for Noog. I'm so glad. I mean, they're crazy. I can't thank you, Shadow. Thank you. Yeah, and if you guys email me, hey, Hall Monitor, if you guys email me, just go ahead and put in the description line message for Sebastian. That way I can get them all together. I don't want to miss anyone. So just put it in there and say, put in the subject line message for Sebastian. And I will definitely put it on the board. I haven't gotten the poster boards yet, but I'm going to be working on that. Holly, I was so excited. Oh my gosh, I had great energy about about Justin saying that he is looking into coming with too. I think that's great. He was cracking me up with Girl Mom too. They're getting their headlamps. So I'm just over the moon that, for anybody, especially with a big following like Justin's, to come and support. So definitely dragging his feet. Definitely dragging his feet. Hey, Elizabeth, nobody gets cleared since he still is missing. Do some research instead of babbling. Well, Elizabeth, why don't you shut your pie hole and listen? Shut your trap, and we'll go ahead and play this out. Don't take it from me. I'm not babbling. And as a matter of fact, since we have some idiots here, I'll go ahead and replay this part where it says that Seth was an officer and he was working there for over a year. Right? Here.
Be some type of foul play.
A little under a year.
Which they have not said is the case yet. But do you ever have, if a neighboring county when this happens, is there any involvement? And I'm sure the police department or the sheriff's office here, are you even aware of this? Would you have any contact with the sheriff there? Like, well, we can keep our eye out here in Davidson County. Have you heard anything at this point on this?
So good question. A couple things. One that you would want to know, the birth father of this child worked for us in this situation. Now, I don't know the relationship. There's a lot of conversation about.
All right. Did you guys hear that? The father of this child actually works for us. Do you have a badge, Lizbeth? Right? You forgot the E, Lizbeth. Troll, whack a troll. Right? Seth was an officer with Davidson County. This is his boss. Did you miss that? Or are you too dense to listen? Seth was an officer with Davidson County and was at work when Sebastian went missing and was employed at the time for about a year, according to his boss. His boss. Lo siento, Liz. Right? Lo siento, Holmes. Keep walking.
That, but he is an officer with us, been here a year or so. That's not information from him coming to us. We understand that that's the case. We always get asked to participate and help in these types of situations. Some version of it. It could be, will you assist in helping? We have 2 staff members who work for us who have, in their private life, they have dogs that search, and so they go out, volunteer their time. They've been out there the whole time helping on their own. But we have to be really careful because it's their private dog. It's not the sheriff's office stuff, but they volunteer and doing that. We have other folks in our special operations response teams who go out and volunteer their time and help. Where it gets a little weird is and it's usually through the Office of Emergency Management for Davidson County that's also working with Sumner County. That's how we get connected to it. Where we have some issues is, and this sounds real petty, but sending people who are getting paid to do a job here over into other counties and do it. So it's I hate to say it, it's almost a volunteer situation.
Okay.
Because we don't have the
But
equipment.
you're kind of a camaraderie, the fraternity. You help each other when you can.
Right. And
they volunteer, I bet. They do stuff.
Right. And we would even do some where you're on the clock doing it. It just always is a weird deal because what happens if it's, Murray County? What happens if you just keep going? And so we've had this conversation. We've had some people up there volunteering. We have some other folks who are kind of in wait to do certain things, but it's just a show of force. It's extra eyes and ears. I mean, we don't have any special skills that would help you in any way, but we usually work through OEM.
All right, guys, trolls are good for something because I wanted to point this out too. Again, this guy is saying it's a show of force. What does a show of force mean? It's exactly what we're asking for at the Gathering of Voices. It's for everyone to come together, right? A show of force. It doesn't have to be physical force. It can be standing with Seth. Clear Seth. There is no reason, and I'm glad to see that the trolls are coming in here to give me a view. Good for you guys. But if you're going to be disrespectful, I find it fun. I think it's really funny, that these people like to come in here when we're talking about proof and I'm showing you what Seth's boss is saying about him and about the situation and about Sebastian missing. And instead of shutting the hell up, you say I'm babbling on? I don't think so. I'm talking with my chat. If you don't like it, shoo, right? Make like a tree and leave. McFly, suck a pencil. Suck a pencil. Okay? They never want to come in here, Holly, I swear, and they never want to come in here and be like, Lady Freedom, I think that you're wrong because they do not have a freaking brain that they use. Just coming here, oh, you're babbling. No, I'm not. What I'm doing is demonstrating something to you that you need to hear because obviously you don't listen. The man's boss is sitting up here talking about the search efforts. He's talking about the fact that Seth has been working for him for almost a year. But you want to come in here because Elevated Goof said he wasn't an officer and you want to get your panties in a twist. Go untwist your panties and then come back with something constructive. Hello, Seth. Sorry. Suck a pencil. Of course you come in when I say suck a pencil. Fantastic. No wonder I can never find a pencil. Goodness sakes, you know? Baby. Oh, it just cracks me up. She just makes me that Balin is just so funny. If I need some, you know, laughs and just a feel good story, she's just too cute. I love watching her show. You know, get a clue, and they don't listen. But I want to say this for this sheriff right here. He would expect a show of force if that was his child. Right? He would want all of the volunteers, all of these people. Detroit, this is how we do. Detroit, you know? He would want all of these people to come out for him. You know, but it's funny. We don't hear anybody talking much about this interview, and I agree. It was like one of the I think I saw it in the beginning and then I saw it later on. But see, I wasn't thinking about any of this stuff because it's like, you know, when I saw this interview, I'm like, oh, that's Seth's boss. Okay, that's Sebastian's father, right? This was on 2/28/24. So when I first saw this, I'm like, oh my gosh, this poor man, and he's an officer. And then later on, we're hearing that he was actually, you know, in fact, at work that night, right? So he's an officer. He's in a facility. I go look up the facility, right? I type in Davidson County. I urge you guys to do the same thing, or go back and watch one of my videos. I put it all in the video. I believe it was the one where he was talking about work. Seth was talking about his work with Bullhorn Betty. And I, you know, had already Googled it before. So I Googled it, grabbed a picture, put it in the video, right? To show you guys. It was a brand new facility. You know, it's not like it was old and they hadn't had, you know, the cameras were crap and, you know, all of this, you guys with the pencils, you know, with all of this, you know, it's like, so I Googled it in the beginning and I'm like, oh, wow, Davidson County, it's a, you know, new place. Okay. So he was definitely there. Okay. Wow. This says a lot. Right. And I wasn't even paying attention to what the haters were saying. I just kind of knew Seth as in a different way. But it's funny that, you know, this interview hasn't been played very much, or that, you know, I didn't think of it, you know, and bust out Elevated Goof, you know, in the beginning. But I'm here to do it now. So better late than never. But yeah, if you guys want to come in here acting a fool, you can suck a pencil if you can find one. So there you go.
Is working through OEM out of Sumner County, and I think you know, just like you, it's a scary situation. Each day that goes by and you don't see something.
And it's interesting you say this. Our understanding was that the boy's biological parents are separated or no longer married, and I think his mother may have remarried and he may have a stepbrother now along those lines. just with regard, and that is interesting that he happens to be a deputy, or is he at this point? I can imagine. Have you talked with him? Is he off now, helping over there? How is he handling this?
Yeah, I haven't talked to him or about him. It came to me yesterday, the day before, I guess, that the biological father is an officer with us, but and I think he's been here about a year or so. But other than that, I don't know much of the relationship. And again,
would he take time off? Would you give him time off?
Sure. I mean, he and I would assume if again, this is a weird situation because it's not him saying, "Hey, I need off. My son is missing." That's not happened yet that I know of. But we have 1,000 employees, so it's a little hard for us to even know that. We have a woman who handles our retention, basically works with people who are going through all sorts of issues, and she did put it out. I understand yesterday to our some of our folks to let them know that he is actually the biological father. So that was all brewing yesterday. We had folks who were up there, like I said, with their dogs. We've had other folks who are kind of in crews or that are potentially going to help. And it just kind of depends on what we're doing, what we're looking for. And we always get in the situation of, are we on the clock paying people to go on our teams, or are we doing volunteer work? And it's just kind of if it's in the county, usually it's on the payroll. It just gets a little hairy and we're short staffed, and we're paying overtime here to send people up there, and it's just hard to decide exactly what's the right thing to do. You want to be a good Samaritan, you want to help, and we do a lot of that. But it would be wrong for me to sit here and say we send people every time someone's missing. We kind of wait and see what our roles need to be, and Amber Alert stuff was going off, of course, all over the place. So
we are back on Morning Line. Thanks for joining us. Davidson County Sheriff Darren Hall's with us. We're going to get to your phone calls in a moment.
Okay, guys. So Darren Hall is this man's name, and he's telling Nick Barris about the process. So like the day before was the 27th, right? So Sebastian's reporting missing on the 26th. On the 27th, the HR lady, for lack of a better way to say her, because her name wasn't given or whatever, understandable. But either way, she's typing out, letters and sending them out and saying, hey, this is Sebastian's biological father, right? And we're going to need some volunteers, and kind of letting people know. So he was explaining that. But then again, it's like the way everything went, it's very disappointing that there wasn't a bigger show of force, and I'll just say it like that. So there it is. So great, guys, thank you for getting to 100 likes. Yay, you guys are awesome. Thank you guys. Hit the bush watchers, hit the like. Thank you guys. Cherry pie for your birthday. Happy birthday, Brenda Wiley. Oh my goodness, that's great. I hope you had a great birthday. I like pie better than cake. Well, I like cheesecake, but tiramisu, that's good. But I always wonder, what kind of cake or what kind of pie. That's great. So you must like pie better than cake too. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of strange, Holly. I've just always thought, and of course it could be both ways. We might we might be like, gosh, if a cop's kid goes missing, we might think of it like that too as civilians. But in the same way, you just expect like a big show of force, in order to help find this young man, especially when you just look at him, So yeah, they called him the boy a lot, didn't they, Kim? Ladybug Kim. Yes, they did. They called him that boy, the boy. This boy's father works for, yeah, I know. And why not have a missing photo? I mean, we know it's Morning Line. Put a Morning Line logo under Sebastian's missing flyer. They don't even have a missing flyer in this interview. And Seth had mentioned that before, and I don't know that he was, saying it, but mostly I think in terms of when the sheriff, of the county of jurisdiction in Sumner County did the pressers, no pictures of Sebastian, but also just no picture of him here. I mean, how do we know who they're talking about? And this is just an excerpt, but I think that it would have been nice to have, the photo of Sebastian here in the background. Look at, these are TV screens. That's a TV screen. They got TV screens behind them. they couldn't pop up a picture of Sebastian. Like, it's very odd, right? It's just very, very odd. And you would think, and it doesn't ever happen, that he would be saying, my officer was on duty that night. But we did find that out later. And, I appreciate Seth showing us his time cards because he didn't have to do that, you know? So, oh, did we get a pencil ad? Did we get oh, floats? That's too that's too funny. All right, here we go,
I just
guys.
had one quick follow-up question with regard to this missing child in Sumner County. You've handled in the past, or your office has, and your deputies, missing children cases, along probably in partnership with the police department. What is it, and how do you approach it, with a period of time? Right now, the thinking is this child, autistic, perhaps wandered away. But as more time passes, when do you start considering the possibility of other options?
Yeah, and I don't have expertise.
Again, general. I know you're not
right.
involved in Sumner.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking back as we were waiting to come back on, but I remember, this was a long time ago, I remember our staff going out searching for Janet March's body. And I'm just going through stories back. And of course, the silver alerts, you have a lot of different times where there's people that, I think personally that always worries me when you have someone who is very elderly who may not know exactly how to get back and very unlikely that foul play is in that situation as much as it is just worried that they were lost and can't get in the children thing. To me, 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, how can this individual be alive and functioning at some stage of just the natural needs for an individual? And so I guess I always think of it this way: it's just extra sets of eyes, bodies walking, talking, asking in the streets. Our staff, just like everyone else, would like to volunteer and help. That's what we do. We're usually a part of a large team sweeping areas. And, but again, look how big an area. And if you don't have some idea of where you're looking in some simple version of what you're doing, it's incredibly difficult to find.
And entirely possible that the child could have wandered. But I mean, I'm just wondering, to me, and in my career following this, I just don't believe that a child.
Okay, guys. So Nick Barris right here, he's going to start, putting in his little nuggets, right? So just, you got to kind of listen what he's saying. But then he'll be like, well, but, I'm not talking about the Sumner County case, of course. No, you kind of are talking about it. Both of these people up here, both of these men are saying that this whole situation seems like there's more to it, right? Like somebody knows more. Like it wasn't just some, person in the neighborhood that had come up and, kidnapped Sebastian. That it seems like there's more to it, but they won't say it. They're kind of dancing around the subject. And then Nick Barris is like, well, what about foul play? What about foul play? What about, he's going really hard on that, dropping those little nuggets of information. Excuse me, or the nuggets of his opinion. And we also hear Darren, respectfully, I forget his last name, Seth's boss, he is saying here that after a certain amount of time, you think that you would find this child out there somewhere, right? And he doesn't say Sebastian's name. So they're both kind of on the same page, but they're both afraid to just come out and say what they really mean about it. Thank you, Hall. Thank you, Seth. So Sheriff Hall and Sheriff Darren Hall. So you have this, right? And you have this thought process that they're working through this thought process, but they're not willing to apply it to the case that they're talking about, which is very, very frustrating to watch this back, right? Because again, this is 2 days after Sebastian was reported, Right. Seth. I did kind of a girly voice when I impersonated or when I did an impression, but you're right. Oh, guys, you're going to be happy to hear that I just have a cold advisory that came across my screen. So, I'm going to be joining you guys. No, I don't think so. We probably won't get snow. But yeah, so I think that's so interesting. And again, where is Nick Barris today? He is not banging the drum that he was banging this day, right? But he wasn't really even being direct with what he was saying that day. So I find this to be very interesting.
Completely vanishes without a trace and is never found. Okay, meaning on their own. And that's my take, is that the longer, and I'm not referring to the Sumner case, it's still early enough that I don't go there. But I'm telling you, if there's no trace of this child found in a week, or even this time next week, I will have serious questions about whether or not foul play was involved. Because even if the child is not alive, eventually maybe you find, oh my gosh, wandered into the body of water. We found his body. Oh, how tragic. And you pull him, he wandered in there. Or he fell down a ravine and killed himself, or something like that. But short of finding anything, that's why I think someone was involved to hide a situation.
Well, right. I mean, at some point, you know, I'm like you. I don't understand how someone, you know, that is not sophisticated, and I'm talking about in living, you know, in a survivalist or something like that. I mean, that's not the case. I mean, how are you going to live, and where are you going to live in today's world where, you know, I don't believe you'd have the skills to accomplish that. Therefore, something tragic or bad is going to happen, or it feels like that as the days go by. And I'm like you. You would think the body would be found if it was a fall or some tragic event in a reasonable area around the house. That's not hard to do. Once that is exhausted, then you have to go to, I think, the next step, which is foul play, and the body is potentially hidden or gone. And I'm just like everyone else. I mean, I can't fathom what that feels like if you genuinely don't know what happened to your child. I just can't imagine what that would feel like. On the other hand, you know, it would be very difficult for me to see a 15-year-old child be able to pull off hiding from people for extended period of time. That's just a very unlikely situation. But, you know, I wish and hope for the best. I'm like you. I watch these stories with kind of a parental eye, and then some part of the job I'm in, and then just a citizen who you're sitting there going, man, what in the world?
And when you do go to the idea of foul play, I guess, and I've talked about this in the past, say with the Joe Clyde Daniels case, which in some ways is similar. He was a much younger child, but that what you'll do when you make that transition to maybe looking into the possibility of foul play is then you vet anyone.
Capitalism was never designed to help you thrive. It was designed to keep you exhausted.
Close from the parents to the neighbors to a friends to the possibility somehow, some way that there is a stranger that maybe picked him up. That's what it is. All options are on the table, correct?
I would say yes. I think the other thing about that is that begins to take a long time. I mean, a lot of these cases are years. I mean, look at some of this to solve. Once it becomes potential criminal activity, everything changes. I mean, it is trying to prove and trying to get interviews and trying to get, you know, it's years and years. I mean, sometimes.
Okay, so this part I don't like, you know, but he's at least speaking honestly, in my opinion. I think he's speaking honestly. But going back to when it changes over to a criminal investigation, and he is talking about how they have to prove what happened, right? Or at least have enough reasonable doubt for a jury, that is. So they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to a jury that, say, for example, Chris and Katie had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance. So that's really tough. And to go back to Detroit Rock City says, do you think that maybe Nick Barris was threatened? I think maybe he was. Well, we know that Chris Proudfoot was talking a lot about Nick Barris, and it not in a nice way. So I do believe that could be a big thing. Now, when it comes to law enforcement, I would hate to say, you know, 100% yes, oh, definitely, unless I knew or I had some kind of proof to show you guys, like, this is why I think that, right? But, you know, I have circumstantial evidence that would support that maybe law enforcement wasn't so happy, although I have to keep pointing to the fact that Sheriff Craddock is friends with Nick Barris on Facebook. I do have proof of that, and I've shown it here on the channel. And he's the only At the time, or excuse me, let me say it like this. At the time that I took the screenshots, Nick Barris was the only news reporter that was friends with Eric Craddock. He wasn't friends with Caitlin Quisenberry. He wasn't friends with Caitlin Miller. He wasn't friends with what's the other one's name? Holly Thompson. He was friends with Nick Barris. He was friends with Nick Barris. And he's the only one that ever got a sit down interview with Sheriff Craddock or Deputy Craddock as he was before. So that does concern me, you know? Oh my goodness, Magic Star. It would bring me back to my Chicago days probably. So luckily I haven't been a Floridian for this long, you know? So you were ready to come to Miami? Oh, Cece, you wouldn't be far from me. Sure feels like Barris is saying it without saying it. He's a journalist after all, so yeah, he knows that he heard what he heard, and he's been told things. Yeah, heard or seen or told. I agree, Nani. And you know, the fact that this sheriff, I mean, he's not a spring chicken, right? He's definitely has, you know, the salt and pepper going on, more salt than pepper. And you know, this is no spring chicken. And he's saying that after a few days, that is going to give us more of an answer as to what has happened, and that it should turn criminal. And that's what his process or thought process is when he's talking about other cases, right? Because he doesn't want to talk about Sebastian's case specifically. They're being very careful not to, but in the same way, it's pertaining to Sebastian. And again, no picture of him, you know. No, I didn't. Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did, Scranton. And you know what I say to her? Bring it on. Bring it on. I mean, don't scare me with a drone. That doesn't scare me. I'm not the one that's guilty here. So her droning above us is not going to make me nervous in the slightest. I'll wave at the biatch. I might even shoot her the bird. She might get a bird's eye view of the bird, of me flipping the bird. Right? That's all she's going to get. You know, but that wouldn't be representing Sebastian very well now, would it? So I guess I shouldn't do that. I would rather visit Florida, but most flights are canceled. Oh my goodness, Detroit. Yeah, nobody, you know, flying makes me so nervous. Everybody just stay on the ground, please. I'm just kidding. You'll make me feel a lot better. Oh, Seth, you know, I got some oranges the other day and oh my gosh, they're so good. Like the oranges here are the best. But I love having orange juice, you know, for breakfast. So you guys are iced in Texas. Everybody's icy. Oh my gosh. They said, yeah, tomorrow we're going to get the heat, or excuse me, the cold advisory. But today it was hot and humid. So, you know, red flags from day one, Janet. Red flags from day one, you know. The abuse, definitely. Definitely. Hope add some vodka. Make some screwdrivers. Oh yeah, tequila sunrise. There you go. There you go. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. They have to prove what happened, lady, but here's where that LE just doesn't pass the test. LE in other states put pressure on the person or persons they suspect and they dig on them and make them. See, I think you're so right, Liberty. You are spot on. And we've seen it in other cases, right? And I want to point to, in this case, it's Ohio, and little James Hutchinson's mother goes to the police station and she reports her son missing, and they escort her to a private room, right? And then they escort her to an even more private room. And we find out after hours of interrogation or questioning that she is not being truthful. And that case is so much like Sebastian's in the fact that James Hutchinson's mother knew more than she was letting on, and she reported him missing even though she knew where he was. she had known what she did to him. And I'm not saying that Katie did anything to Sebastian. What I'm saying is she knows. And they do need to put pressure on the suspects, and they need to take pressure off of, in my opinion, someone who is not a suspect, and that's Seth. I think the only reason that he has remained a suspect is because they don't want Chris and Katie to lose their shit. And too bad if they do. You know, too bad if they do. So, yes, Seth, tequila. Those are the best. Like, I'd rather not have the vodka. So, everyone leave their clothes on. What did I miss? Oh my goodness. I need some tequila, says Hope. That's funny. Every time I go to the beach, though, the salty water does remind me of like a margarita, you know. Um, oh, that stupid old Texana. Cece, she's saying she's gonna fly a drone, and she made a post that was like, "The streets, you don't own the streets." Yeah, we know that. You know who's gonna own the street is Sebastian. So bring it. Uh, she just caused it. She's stirring the pot. TBI is investigating the case as a criminal case. Yeah, absolutely, Seth. I believe they've been doing that since very, very early on. You know, I think that was another thing that was going around that was being misunderstood and then misrepresented. You know, because whenever they scaled back the ground search, and it's exactly what uh, is being said here, is that once they scaled back that ground search, then they turned it over to a criminal investigation. And that's exactly, you know, what your boss, Darren Hall, here is saying to everyone, is that at a certain point, once we've searched the radius or the areas, right, that Sebastian could be, right, or would be, and we haven't found him yet, that's when it turns over to, you know, where is he now? Like, even if they brought him to a school, even if they were holding him somewhere, Hindsight tonight had said something really interesting about, you know, the fact that Katie's really nonchalant, right? So she might know that he's just fine somewhere. And then BMW Coop was talking about how, hey, you know, they didn't think it was going to get this big, right? So, you know, maybe they thought that they would, you know, send Sebastian somewhere, and then but they didn't realize how many people would be demanding for them to bring him home to his dad, to his way of life, what he's used to, right? I mean, so I say we all take big umbrellas so she can't see anything with her dumb drone. That's a good idea, Scranton. Hey, that's better than my flipping the bird thing. I was just gonna suggest we all flip the bird. I'm just kidding. Oh my goodness. So, well, I mean, if he wasn't, then we wouldn't be talking about it. Don't give two shits 76. It's quite the name there. Be respectful, or I'm just gonna boot you out, okay? I don't like to boot people because, you know, you might want to come back and watch me sometime. Hey, Ambrock, and then you won't be able to. I mean, for those of you that don't care about that, I'll boot you ass quicker than anything. But I'm just gonna say keep it respectful. Uh, Seth, tell Lady Freedom, bring your oranges. Might be cheaper. I will. I'll bring Seth some oranges. They're so good here, guys. I don't know what, you know, because probably the sun and everything. Florida oranges. In Kansas, they would be in jail until Sebastian's found. I agree with that. I agree. So we got Kansas, we got Ohio. We've also seen this in other states like Florida. They'll do that here. You know, I mean, if it just if it doesn't match up, right? If everything isn't matching up, um, there we go. We'll just give you the boot. Hi, little troll. It's so nice to see you, you little shit. And then I just kicked him. I booted him out. I know there's a lady on these streets that gets real upset with me for booting people out of the chat, but there you go. But either way, I'm sorry. Let's see. I want to put Seth back up there. So typically when things are not adding up, right? And they're not adding up. I mean, they were told different stories, and we heard that in the dispatch audio. And like I said, Kiki found another piece that had more of the dispatch that wasn't included in the one that I played, right? So I want to try to get together with her on a live for that. And we can discuss it. But Katie didn't even give a picture of Sebastian until much later, right? Katie was still driving around the neighborhood when law enforcement was trying to meet her at the house. What was she doing? Was she trying to divert attention away from something? Because I'm still not quite positive that Sebastian couldn't have gotten out of the house that way, right? They report him missing while she's doing whatever, a handoff. It really could be possible, you know? So yeah, whenever you do something like that, whenever you report a child missing, the very first people that they should be looking at is who reported them and what they said. And the dispatch audio is very important, or the 911 audio is very important. Just like in Devlin Tate's case, we can see that Sabrina did not tell the truth. And she also led the dispatchers right to where Devlin's phone last pinged. Hello? Hi, nice to see you. Here comes the truth. Right? It's so important. Yeah, Denise, exactly. I saw your comment in there too. Yeah, I said that in Justin's live. I've seen LE, other cases publicly refuting lies from people. So why does CP get away with lying out both sides of his face and his ass, in my opinion? Boom, Denise. Exactly. Exactly. And why why should Seth bear the brunt of that when he was at work all night? You know? Go, don't give two shits, 76, go suck a pencil. Suck a fat pencil. Sorry. Sorry. Oh my goodness. I thought she does. Cece, I hope she gets snowed in. Mag says CP just wanted people to think they are vetted, in my opinion. They did. They did. In my opinion, Chris in the beginning, and I shouldn't even have to say my opinion really because it's all in the interviews. That's what Chris liked to talk about in the beginning. He liked to talk about the public perception of him and Katie. He liked to talk about how they were vetted, right? He liked to talk about how Sebastian didn't have any friends, and he also liked to say horrible things about Sebastian, right? How he liked to discipline him. And I'm not even going to keep on with what else was said. You guys know. You know. You guys know. Oh, floats. You know. Good night, Leslie. Thank you for being here, hon. Thank you. Thank you. Chris McDonough says that a long time ago that we have to apply pressure. Absolutely, Liberty. Absolutely. Pressure makes diamonds. Pressure makes diamonds, you know. Pressure is not always a bad thing. Hey, sometimes we need a push, right? All of us. That goes for all of us. When the pressure is on, I mean, invention is the mother of necessity, right? Or yeah, I said that right. But you know, if we need something, it's going to pressure us to create it, to make it, right? So it's the same thing with any of the applying pressure to law enforcement, letting them know we're still here, we're not going to forget. And where is Sebastian? And what are we going to do about this situation? You know? Scranton. Oh my goodness. Well, in Illinois, they'll put you in prison whether you're guilty or not. Sammy, oh Lord. Well, and see, that's why we have to be so careful. Because no, I would never want an innocent person, right, to ever go to prison or, you know, be held in jail. If you're innocent, you don't deserve to be there, right? But in my opinion, there's enough to hold Katie, right? There's enough to charge her with abuse. There's enough to charge Chris Proudfoot with abuse 10 times over. I mean, Seth told us if we were able to read those CPS records, which I don't even know I would want to, that we wouldn't be able to sleep at night because it was so bad for Sebastian. I mean, that's saying it without saying it. Well, it's just the way it is. And we already know because we've proved the other side to be big fat liars. Right here, Seth's boss saying, yes, he's an officer. Yes, he's been there for a year. Right? But then they come out, oh, aren't you a suspect? No. No. I just don't understand why they don't change them for them with the or charge them with the felony. California uses that as a pawn to get more info. Brenda, that's exactly what happened in Baby Emmanuel's case, right? Exactly. Lori Vallow's case, yes, absolutely. And even if they're just, bringing you in for an interview, right? You can't see my air quotes, but interview, they're gathering more information and you're in the hot seat. When you're sitting in the comfort of your own home, it is no match for sitting in the room there with an officer across the table from you, right? You're no longer in home court for one. You're in their court. You don't have home advantage at that court, right? You're sitting in that room and you're being held, your feet are being held to the fire as they should be. Once they realized there was no footage of Sebastian leaving the house, that all the doors and windows were locked and they had nothing, that's when Katie should have been in the hot seat. And if you're a troll, bring your brain in here and tell me why I'm wrong. Prove me wrong, please. I invite people to prove me wrong. KJ Max says, make sure to decorate those umbrellas with Sebastian as well. Oh, wouldn't that be so cool to have Sebastian's? Oh, shit, KJ. They will make great visuals from the sky. Oh, KJ, what an idea. Girl, you got it. Wow. It's how you have, I'll tell people to bring your umbrellas and we'll put Sebastian's picture on there, definitely. Well, we'll put a flyer on there from the sky. That'll be so great. It's how you have a healthy channel, Lady Freedom. Thank you. Debbie says what? We got to give him a boo. Yeah, and I can't have people in here saying such horrible things, right? Look, I don't care if someone wants to say, Lady Freedom, hey, I think you're blabbing away. Let me help you out, right? Even if they come in like Chris, let me help you out with something, And I mean, if they try to help me out with something, I'm all ears for it. But if they're not, it's like, come on. No, and being from Illinois, I know Justice for Noob, they wouldn't put up with the 5 reports. I really think that the state of Tennessee was told Katie, like, if you get rid of Chris out of the house until we can get some counseling in, till we can get the situation figured out or whatever, I could see that happening. So they thought they were doing something, but they weren't doing anything good. They weren't, and they should have definitely. I don't see how anyone didn't notify Seth. That is like a huge system failure, I see you trolling and hating. All right, so KPCP should be in court for abuse, 5 CPS reports. I know, Janet. Yeah, and I really thought that they were going to wait, and I really thought they'd find Sebastian and then they'd charge him with something. But since they haven't found Sebastian yet, I think they need to do what needs to be done to find him. And I think that would help tremendously, right? Put him in the hot seat. Let them lawyer up, but let them sit. And I bet you if they sit in prison, if they sit in jail for abuse for a little while, it's funny how people start talking. Real funny how people start talking. Oh, thank you, KJ Max, Lady Freedom. That's something that was on my mind too. If they ain't nice, tell them to make like a hockey player and get the puck out of here. Brenda. Oh my goodness, that's fantastic. I love it. She said make like a hockey puck or make like a hockey player and puck. I can't even say it. Get the puck out of here. Oh my lord, that is awesome. I need to make a t-shirt that says that with the troll getting whacked, you know? Be nice. You know how to avoid 911 audio? No, because Star, like I would never okay, so I I put it, I think it was in Hindsight's chat, I was saying you know, or maybe it was I don't know where I said it today, but I was like, "Hey, you know, child missing from their room or child not found in the bed equals emergency equals 911." You know, like I wouldn't even be thinking like legitimately if I went to my daughter's room and didn't see her there, I would be panicking. I would be like, you know, I mean, maybe not first thing. You might be like, oh, maybe they're in the bathroom. Knock, knock, knock. You in there? You know, but you know, after you look around the house, but you know, it's not like Sebastian would go hide in the bonus room above the garage, right? It's not like there was places. It's like the places that he would hide would be in his room, like under his bed. And it wasn't even hiding. He just liked to be under there, and he'd play his game or whatever under there, or he'd be reading with a flashlight, you know, like Seth had told us. So, you know, once I looked in the bed and didn't see him, I'd be like, Sebastian? And I'd be like, hey, bud, and trying to look under the bed, you know, hey, whatever, Bubba, you know, buddy. I call little guys buddy, you know, I'll be like, hey, buddy, you know, or something like that. So, I mean, I might say, hey, bud, or, you know, are you here or whatever? My God. But I mean, it's not like he would typically like if you're his mother, you know where he would typically be if he wasn't in bed, right? But after that, I would be panicked. I'm like, where is he? Oh my God. Where could he be? You know? So they have long enough. They've had long enough. Liberty. They really have. Yeah, they really have. Ellie has plenty of misstatements for arrest for something, in my opinion. I think so too. And the court of public opinion you know, in the real world is that Chris and Katie are guilty. In my opinion, you know, I can see them trying to get that taken right out of Sumner County. I think her little drive was a part of the plan. That's why her windows were not rolled down. Yeah, that wasn't on her list of things to do, in my opinion, right? She didn't think about that. Huge mistake, right? Huge mistake. I'm going to pull in a better one that I got off of Justin's, but this is one of them, guys. This is Katie riding around the neighborhood looking for her son, quote unquote. Hey, Jen. Hello. Good to see you. Aw, so glad you're here. But look, she's supposed to be looking for her son, and she's not. Right? If we're looking for someone, we're going, Sebastian, Sebastian. And even on Justin's, he played a clip of Seth saying, and I think it was from Mob Crew, but it was a clip of Seth saying, hey, I had my windows rolled down because they said don't search, but I was driving around with my windows rolled down, yelling for Sebastian, yelling for my son. I mean, that's just normal, you know? Really hope Ladies Freedom bring in trolls tonight. She must be striking nerves. You know it, Jen. Oh boy, were they upset to hear that I had Seth's boss on an interview. Boy, were they upset about it, you know? Mr. Darren Hall helping us with the trolls, bringing up the troll factor. But you know, I mean, it's crazy because, like I said, I kind of did forget about this interview myself. I was like, hey, you know, because I was watching all the coverage, not thinking that I was going to need to retain it to bust people out later with, you know what I mean? But this would have been a good one to bust out, you know, elevated goof with. Like, okay, here we go, you know. KJ Mack, absolutely. The umbrellas will make a great wall against the lunatic trolls, but also serve as a huge reminder of who he is, and that is that he is wanted. Exactly, KJ Mack. They can look at their drone footage and see the wall of Sebastian. Oh my gosh, KJ, you got it. You got it. They need to remember who it's about, not hatred for one another. I don't have to like somebody. I don't care who brings Sebastian home. Jen and I were talking about that the other night. Like, it doesn't matter who it is, just bring him home. What if it's somebody who just got on the case yesterday? Hell yeah, we found Sebastian. That's all that matters. Katie told them Seth wasn't involved and they didn't check, just like the Sumner County Sheriff's Office was behind right off the bat for listening to Chris and Katie. I agree with that, Brenda. I think they definitely gave them a false story. And if I was, I'd be mad as hell, Oh, that's not a bad deal at all, Scranton. Not a bad deal at all. That proves to me that they have some high up in the CPS, and that's what I've heard. Yeah, I've heard that too, Liberty. That's a great point. And, that's not far-fetched. It's a small area. It's a small world, It really is. Sometimes you'll be like, wow, I know this person from here or here, And it's like, oh, really? You went to this school? And maybe you didn't know them back then, but I mean, you went to school with them. Wow, Scranton, I wonder if you can find the golf-size umbrellas. Oh my goodness. You guys are awesome. Justice for Nuke says Sebastian's school would had, I hope Seth as a father, therefore CPS not contacting him is BS. Well, yeah, they all knew Seth. They knew Seth. He was just at the parent teacher conference in, February. We've seen that from Seth. Seth has showed us that. He shows up. He's a father that shows up. And let's not forget what Katie said in the beginning. If Sebastian wasn't involved in a lot of extracurricular activities, but if he had been, his father would be in the front row. And I believe that. I believe that. Not just because, Sebastian's their only child or anything like that. Seth is a very present parent. Yeah, exactly, Hope. I'd be like, what are you doing back there? Exactly. Especially if he was supposed to be in bed, like if he was supposed to be asleep an hour ago. Then as a mom, you're like, all right, that's enough. Whatever you're doing, come on now. Let's see, I mean, that's how you do it. And I just don't know about the thud or if it's even true. Oh, cool. I've never watched Longmire. Cool. Aw, Jen. There should be neighbors' cameras footage and where she went searching schools, church, cemetery. I agree. There should all be footage. Because guys, there's cameras everywhere, and that's what Darren Hall's about to say, So let me play that part really quick because I think I'm finally caught up in the chat.
Before all that, and that's what right now is trying to hope that the kid is alive and can be saved. That's first. The second part of it is, once you determine or believe it's foul play, everything changes. I mean, from lawyers in the middle of it to potential, the law enforcement capacity once is to prove there was a crime.
So often when there is foul play, it does come back to someone who's close to the child when there's foul play. And again, I'm not saying that's the case here in Sumner County. One other thing I was going to say, these days, so many homes, especially in neighborhoods that Ring cameras and everything else. Would you imagine part of the investigation is if the child is said to have wandered off, going and canvassing all the homes, including, I don't know about the home when he left, to see if there's any video of him walking along the road and how well they have that covered and whether or not they see him or not.
That and the other thing is I don't know his capabilities with phones, but there's so much of that today in the communication systems. And is it completely shut off? Did he have one? Was he using it? When's the last time? Where? Even if it's just him looking on his phone, that's not super hard to figure out anymore. Where is that device? Those things matter. And I don't know the surroundings, but it amazes me that really everything in this country is being videoed somehow. There's an angle to some camera.
You would think there would be cameras.
All right, exactly. Ding, 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 ding. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. You know? Winner, winner, chicken dinner for Darren Hall. So we're always on camera everywhere we go. You know, everywhere we go, we are on camera, Jen. We're, so how is it that a whole young man, 5'5", could just evade all of the cameras in the neighborhood? There's no way. Even if he was able to evade the cameras in the neighborhood, he would be picked up on other surveillance along the way. I just have to point to Riley Strain. I mean, yes, he went missing in a bigger city, right? On a very busy night. But good night, Jen. Stay warm. Yeah, and so I mean, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely crazy that he wasn't caught on camera at any point in time. And also with the phone. So we didn't see Sebastian have his phone at the Texas Roadhouse. I'm assuming that he didn't bring it with him that day because, we didn't see it in his pocket. Maybe Katie had it in her purse. Then again, we hear that the phone was plugged in on the counter. So, yes, Seth. Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, you guys got to get everything you need before. Oh, it looked cold and icy and snowy. Lady, it makes me leery of the grand jury that could be open there on this case because that family knows people all over that county. The case should be moved from that county, in my opinion. I agree with that, Liberty. I think there would be a lot of good reasons to do that, you know. But I can see them trying to get it out of that county for other reasons too, like saying the jury pool was tampered. Um, yeah, or not tampered with, but just it was tainted because many people in the area, and a lot of creators have interviewed people in the area and that sort of thing. um People think that there's something more to this that Chris and Katie know, or at the very least Katie knows, so oh my gosh, Art Grady Judd is amazing. He really is. Debbie says what? Stay warm too. Hopefully we still have electricity in the morning. Oh my goodness, I hope so, Jen. I hope so. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Seth. Yeah. Yeah, it is awesome to have the FBI. I have been, but they won't give me any info, so I have the FBI on it. And that's what needs to be. I mean, at this point, I'm glad to hear that. Hello, Christy Smith. Good to see ya. Please hand out flyers and speak to people about Sebastian. Wear a shirt with him on it and just spread awareness. Yes, absolutely. I want to drop that link too, Seth. I'm glad that you said that. Let me go ahead and grab it while we play this out because I think this is, we're coming up to the end here.
Cameras, maybe if he wandered down a road or
Right.
something, that would be part of it, wouldn't it?
Right.
You'd go check to see if there's video?
Sure. I mean, and even if the police aren't doing that, the neighbors are worried. They're trying to help them.
If I lived next door and I had a Ring camera and I heard this, I would go to my camera and say, well, last night, do I see anything?
That's right. And then you would expect, like I said, not even from a criminal investigation, just the kind of the Samaritan and the families around the community are wanting to say, hey, I found this on my video, or even if they didn't tape it, I saw him walking, or you just think you would feel and hear some of that.
So far, nothing.
Hopefully, yeah.
And that's what we'll see how it plays out. And I hopes and prayers that.
All right, guys, we got to add. Sorry, I was over on the other page. I didn't realize it. Hold on 1 second. I got this one. Okay, so this is how you're a walking billboard for Sebastian. And Miss Ann shared something really nice with us yesterday, or I'm sorry, not yesterday, but it was a couple of days ago. And she was saying that when she wore her hoodie out, that people were asking her about Sebastian, and I think that's so amazing. I love hearing that. Hey, oh, Jen, thank you so much. Oh, good night. XOXO to you. Hugs and kisses, Jen. Thank you. Yeah, stay warm, Jen. Stay safe. I hope you guys keep power. I'll be praying that you guys do. Um, Sonny's death to me is suspicious. Really is. Really is. Whoa, look at that big old lady freedom over here. Okay, there we go. Um, Batgirl, thank you. Yes, Grady Judd in Florida is amazing. Good night, Seth. Thank you so much for being here. And then, guys, if you want to help out too with any of the because we're going to do the gathering of voices. So if you guys want to help Seth out in any way, get him flowers. Don't send Seth flowers. He doesn't want flowers. He wants flyers. There's Seth's Cash App, right? So if you guys want to send him anything in order to help out with that, you can do that. Yes, exactly. Thank you, FBI, for being on Seth's side. Yes, they know more. They know so much more, Chuchi. And I just really think that if they continue on, right, and they can gather information. Now, it does suck because obviously Sumner County has jurisdiction, but I think that they would be able to bring charges even without their information. And let's be honest, they probably didn't gather a whole lot in the beginning, in my opinion. From the time Katie drove out to look for Sebastian until LE arrived was how long? KJ Mack asks, that is a point or distance, a time of a handoff could have been in progress. I believe that too. So there's this other audio that has come out, and like I said, I'll pull a little bit in from it on that time, but they were saying that the dispatch was notified at 6:18 a.m., which changes the time frame significantly, in my opinion. Because it either gives you 15 minutes or or it doesn't. So it is classic abuse. It is, Denise. Most definitely. Most definitely. It is classic abuse. And Sammy says, do you think FBI or TBI found something that forced Sumner County's hand with electronics warrant, or is Sumner County really investigating? That makes me wonder, Sammy. I don't know what transpired or what was the reasoning. I know that whenever Sumner County Sheriff's Office spoke with Seth, they were telling him, something, and he didn't tell us what, but something to renew his faith in law enforcement or their efforts, for lack of a better way to say it. So that could have been part of it. I think they are really investigating it, but I don't think that they're making it a priority, which is unfortunate. Hello, Mama. And I think that they could definitely, thank you, Mag. They could definitely do more, right? I mean, they have more information than we do, and we're always working theories. So it's amazing. It would be amazing to me if they weren't. But still, we haven't found Sebastian. Let me see if I can. Give me 1 second, guys. Just 1 second to pull this up. What I will do, whoops, no, I don't want to do that. What I will do is I will bring in another video for you guys to watch while I grab this, because I forgot I needed to send it over to my email. So just bear with me on that. All right, let's watch this one. Alrighty, here we go. Because I wanted to grab this for you guys and show this other thing. Not this, but this is just going to be kind of like a palette cleanser, I guess. All right, here we go. So let me do that.
Did you forget it was my heart you were playing with? You made the rules to your own game. So your heart of ice, so I brought fire to learn it all just burns the same. Burns the same. Never forget whose heart you are playing with. No more rules to your game, half gate. Build a house of cards and play with fire. Look around, there's no one left to play. Left to play. Do you think of me? Now the flames turn cold and the fight is over. What do you think of me when these memories come as the winds turn colder? Do you think of me?
It's February 25th, 2024. At a Texas roadhouse in Tennessee, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, full of promise, sits with his mother, Katie Proudfoot. This is the last time he'd catch him on camera. At 6:11 p.m., Sebastian heads to the restroom. Notice his walk, hands tucked in his pockets.
Do you think of me? Now the flames turn cold and the fight is over. What do you think it means when these memories come as the winds turn colder? Do you think of me? Now the flames turn cold and the fight is over. What do you think of me when these memories come as the winds turn colder? Do you think of me? All that could have been. Why could we be? Do you think of me?
By 6:15 p.m., he's back at the table, hands still in pockets, stepping his way. Hours later, everything would change. That night, Sebastian vanished from his small Tennessee town. A local story exploded into a national mission. This footage, his hands, his step, is the last we have of him. Over a year later, we're still fighting to find Sebastian. At Night urges the public to engage responsibly and actively in the search for Sebastian through the following actions. For credible, first-hand information, contact Sumner County Sheriff's Office, 615-451-3838, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Tips to TBI at tbi.tn.gov. Tips.fbi.gov. Reach out to At Night and Dog the Bounty Hunter directly at 844-922-3236. Call or text, or via email at mostwanted@manhunts.one. At Night emphasizes that only first-hand, credible information should be reported to law enforcement to prevent overwhelming their lines and depleting their resources. The public is urged to refrain from submitting second-hand theories, social media speculation, or fragmented analysis, as these can hinder investigative efforts.
Okay, guys. So again, I just kind of wanted to show you that while I was looking something else up. Let me pull this in. This is something really interesting, and huge shout out. You know who you are, who sent this to me, and I really, really appreciate this because this is very interesting, and I think that you guys would want to see this. This is something that you all can look at yourself. And do your own research, pretty please. This is going to send you to the Nashville link. I'm going to go over the website and kind of show you how to navigate it to the best that I can. So here we go. So this is for Smartway Tennessee cameras, right? And these are the cameras that Mr. Foote was explaining about. You can go to the website, you're clicked into this, right, where you click on the camera logo, and then you can do all regions: Chattanooga, Knoxville, Memphis, and Nashville. Of course, we want to do the Nashville area. Many of these streams are not available. Is this the website that Mr. Crispy went to in order to state that there was 76 cameras in use? Or is that something law enforcement told him? Because look, I mean, guys, you can see the icicles heavy on this one. These are, active streaming cameras, right? But some of them are just not available. This is I-65 northbound, Old Hickory Boulevard, right? So some of these are not available. Some of them are. So, okay, yeah. Because I thought law enforcement had told them, but then again, I was like, this is interesting because he might have gotten intel from here as well. And now if you're a Nashville resident, you probably know about these things and I don't. So, yeah, thank you, KJ Mack. Yeah, I found this to be super interesting. Liberty says, I don't think that they knew at first, but I think at some point they figured it out. And I think CP and KP admitted it to them. And then they are just not going to charge them. I wonder about that too, Liberty, because of the corruption, because of the corruption. Let me take this over here. So again, they all went blank on me. I was like, oh, I want to just click on one of these that's active stream. So I-24. That didn't open a new window, did it? Nope, you guys can see that. So again, here's a camera view on I-24 at Waldron Road, mile marker 64.4. 64.4. So again, we can see that as a feed, live feed. Description tells you the area, the mile marker. See, look, oh, there goes a little car. Boop, there he goes. Under the bridge, under the viaduct. I know. I want to know where they got it too. He says LE gave it to him, and I believe it. Because they could have been giving them information, which I believe that they were, Denise. I do. I believe that they were, like Ken Weiner told the lady on the news. She's like, he goes, yeah, I'm about to go down to talk with the parents now. And that wasn't including Seth, in my opinion. Hopefully he was there, but we don't know. Here comes another vehicle. Boop. Interesting, right? Let me go to, do I have to, okay. I just want to make sure I was going to lose that. So this is Briley Parkway. I'm trying to find kind of a busier road to look at. I-24, I know is near there. Let's see. Here's another highway, Briley Parkway and Centennial Boulevard. Right, and these are active feeds. So, like, if anybody was in the area, and like Chris said, was hauling ass down the highway, they could go back and pull this. You know, I hate to think of it that way, but I can see that. I can see it happening, especially with what they've been saying to people. You know, see, there goes a vehicle, and although you can't see the license plates very well, um, you could still see, if maybe even if you were to pause and then zoom in, you might be able to catch something, at least a make, model, color. Now again, it wasn't snowing. Right now is inclement weather in the area, as we know, but KJ Max says, unless they put him into some physiological program, or excuse me, psychological program, he will still be able to tell all that CP did, just like he told his teachers before he disappeared. I agree with that. KJ, he will tell us what happened to him. Sebastian will tell us what happened to him, you know? And they do take those children, and they do give them sedatives and different medications that could cause them to be, zombified, for lack of a better way to say it. Brenda says, and Craddock said that he couldn't imagine what parents were going through, not what Sebastian was going through. And I always found that to be so odd, right, Brenda? And again, thank you guys too for sending in the. I just saw that in my other email when I went to click over to this email, for sending me the Cash App. So thank you guys. But yeah, that's always stuck with me as well, Brenda. Is the again, it's like they're on one side or the other from the very beginning, it seemed. Do I think that Craddock was side-eyeing Katie? I do. And that's only because of his statement. But I don't think they were including Seth like they should have been, and especially when he's a law enforcement officer. And right off the bat, guys, they had to have had Seth's alibi, because it was so easy for them to get that. So they had to have known that he was at work all night. I'll never believe anything else unless they didn't look. You know? Well, and that's true. She told that to CPS, didn't she? You know? And we don't know what Sebastian was told, and it appears he was told something. It appears he was told something. And it made him, in my opinion, visibly nervous. He scooted himself closer to the booth, the wall of the booth, right? He scooted over closer, almost because he needed to feel comforted, because he was being told something that brought him discomfort, in my opinion. Yeah, he did tell them that. He said that either Sebastian was in the woods or he would need a lot of intense therapy when he did come back. Hello, Kiki. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. No, CC, Seth left. Well, he might be in the bushes. So, I know about the 18-year-old thing. It shouldn't prevent a false report charge or abuse that occurred. They are still issues that CP won't want, and his daughter is still a minor. Exactly. And I mean, is he going to be able to see Faith if he even confessed to putting Sebastian in a group home or something like that, or some kind of military program or something like that? I think that they're going to play it very safe, in my opinion. Right? I mean, I could even see them releasing Sebastian walking down the highway, something like that, right? To make it appear that somebody else had him and he escaped, something like that. You know, Kiki, you're always working hard, girl. It was actually very strange. I always thought it would be really strict there, but it's the opposite. Yeah. Well, I mean, you would expect, especially when you look at Sheriff Craddock and where he says that his values lie. Oh, there's a big wrecker truck. Hello, Becca. Good to see you. My opinion, Bowersox paid to keep quiet. Very possible. Very possible. Oh my goodness, Kiki, I'll tell you what, some of this stuff is a deep dive and a half, right? You go down one rabbit hole to the next. KJ Max says, exactly, I see KP and CP mitigating any risk. It's part of the training to assess risk levels. Right. And we can't forget about their training, even though they like to make fun about it, right? Like they were joking around about that on Queen Bee's panel most recently, saying, "Oh, I'm an MMA fighter and I'm such a badass. Ha 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 ha." Well, I mean, when anybody who has military training is just that, they're militarily trained. So, I mean, you're trained like KJ Mack is saying here to assess risk, right? Because you're going into a dangerous situation. You are also trained to be stealthy in whatever mission or task you are performing. So for us to believe that Katie and Chris are not as militarily trained just because they like to downplay it, no way. So this is strange. So I-24 in Old Hickory Boulevard, there's no feed for that, right? No feed for that. Okay. So this stream is not available. Can you guys still see that? Okay, yeah. Right? So, but if I go up to this little guy and I click off of it, we can see the area. We can see the area and we can see where the cameras are located. This is what I want to show you next. This is really cool, right? And again, thank God of the person that sent this over to me and to show me this area, right? So this is I-24. And you can see that there's cameras that are kind of strategically located as we go along. So if we click on the camera, excuse me, if we click on this camera, we can see it. Isn't this a great tool? So I found some cameras. I didn't find them. We got super sleuths out there, guys. And that's why I always like to say, it's like a huge shout out to people behind the scenes who care so much and who take their extra time out to help find Sebastian. I could never do this on my own. I never could, guys. Never could. Kiki and I were doing a collab last night, somewhat, right? Phone collab. So with our friends. So it's the unsung and unknown about heroes, right? And that's the way I look at it. But yeah, look at this. This is I-24 in Old Hickory Hollow Parkway. The mile marker is 60.2. Yes, people just work with us, right? I mean, people work, and they're always thinking, their brains are always working towards the common goal of finding Sebastian. It's a lovely thing. I'm trying to think. Okay, location menu. No, I'm already on Nashville. I wanted to see if there was a spot where I could. It looks a little different on my phone, but I wanted to see if maybe we can do. Yeah, here's this. Okay. Events, rest areas, construction incidents, traffic conditions. Okay, I thought there was a place where we could type in the area. Look at that, guys. Look at all that, though. Holy cow. All right, so we got a lot. I'm trying to look for I think we're, sorry, I'm terrible with the map, by the way. Just bear with me. I'm trying to see the area that we kind of want to get to. I think I might be going the wrong way. Just bear with me. If you see it, shout it out, but I'm kind of on a different page. So it might take a minute for me to hop over and see it. Pine Knots, Middlesboro, Rogersville, Kingsport. No, that's over by Little Summers, isn't it? Let me take a look here. There's Clarksville. Okay, that's where Seth is. So right here, we can see what Seth's going through, right? Now this is a trailer cam number 4. Trailer cam number 4. So just wanted to show you guys that really quick. Cold over there. All right, so I know we're probably, I want to make sure I got it. I want to go closer to the house, of course. That's Henderson, but where's Hendersonville? Am I just in the wrong side of things, I wonder? But you see a lot of cameras on the highway. A heck of a lot. Oh, here it is. It's just hidden over here. I knew it was around somewhere. Okay, so here we see Hendersonville, Goodlettsville. This is exactly where we need to be. So let's check. This is 31 East, right? So let's click on this bad boy. I want to click on the camera. There we go. All right, and again, big sign, and this is a closer view. Look at that. Tell me that we couldn't probably pause that and see the license plate reader or see the license plate that is actually lit up, right? You know? Sorry it took me a minute to get there, guys. Drink each other's whiskey. Oh, good Lord, Detroit. No lie. No lie. You know? And I think they go to the Masonic Lodge by the cemetery too. I heard that Sheriff Craddock is a Mason. I've not confirmed that. I don't remember seeing but they're very secretive, Liberty, you know? I don't know if he has been in there or not. You know? I'm not sure. But again, I mean, this is another one that's right there in the area. And I can't believe there's still, vehicles out on the road. Let's see if I can look. And of course, we don't know what route they would take either. And I mean, we could come up with possibilities of, places that they would have to, how they would have to go in order to, leave the area. But again, you can see a lot of these little side areas don't have anything in terms of cameras, but a lot of them do. And here's another one. Yeah, they're just so secretive, even when it's not even a big deal. Shriners are like that too. So Yeah, it's always the same names, isn't it, Janet? It's always the same names. But I thought this was interesting, and again, you guys can go and look at these too and kind of search the areas. Um, it does look a little bit different on the maps, and I'm not sure the more we come in. I mean, here's Henderson High, but that's a different, but you can see all the little side streets now. Of course, we don't see any cameras on them. So they have a pickleball kingdom. Didn't know that. And then we have, let's see. Let me go up just a little bit. We do have cameras along I-65, but the stream's not available. Oopsie daisy. We have this one, I-65, stream not available. Another one, Kemper Heights, I-65, stream not available. Isn't I-65 the one that Chris was talking about hauling ass down that way because there's no cameras that way? I thought that's what he says. It's been my opinion that TB married Cruella for money to ride on her coattails. He has an alleged history of being into math. I heard that too. I did hear that, CC. I did. I heard that, and if you look into him and his side of the family, there's a colorful past with some of them. Hello, Faye. Good morning. Good to see you. TB was friends with Weatherford. I did hear that as well. Yeah. Thank you, Holly. Thank you. Thank you. I imagine which cameras are available and which aren't changes depending on system issues, etc. I'm thinking that too. I'm wondering which ones specifically. I mean, because we see a lot of them down, and I know it turns into another, like it kind of forks off. But even the one right here, it's just so weird that these ones are not available. Oh, here's one on I-65. Did we look at that one? They all kind of look the same. But here's one straight down. Oh, yeah, and see, I-65 is a busy highway. I don't know why they don't have them down this way. Look how busy that is compared to everywhere else. Oh, I know. I remember the coworker of Terry Bowersox talking about how he had quite a few friends who wore a badge that would meet him for lunch. Wonder what they were talking about, you know? Yes, yeah, CC, it's a little bit further up, right? Yeah. He leaks so much, it would be funny if it wasn't sad. I know, it's ridiculous, Holly. It's ridiculous, you know? Kiki says, on Voices of Truth live, lady, did you notice KP had what looked like a purple athletic shirt under her black jacket, in my opinion? See, I did not see that part. I'm gonna have to watch the replay again. I always watch Voices of Truth's lives twice, so in case I miss something, especially if I'm in the chat, too, because I'm paying attention to what chat's saying. I'm paying attention to what they're saying too. I do think that Katie's, and I don't want to split hairs or anything, Kiki, but I'm thinking that her hoodie was more of like a navy blue. You're gonna kill me. She's like, really, lady? But no, because I thought it was black too, and I'm like, look at her wearing all black, like she's ready to, do something. But I didn't notice a purple shirt. It's just so strange. It's too strange. We have two Masonic temples near me, and many Knights of Columbus and Shriners Clubs, you have to be a member or a guest of members. My grandpa was a Freemason. Yeah, there's a big Shriner community also in Springfield, Missouri. Um, and they just basically do events. I've held events for Shriners. at the hotel I worked at. I've dated a Shriner. Um, but they're very secretive, very, very secretive. So, um, and they do a lot of good, you know. Detroit, they do. That's why I was always like kind of hesitant to look that way. But then again, if Terry's got friends in the area, you know, makes me wonder, you know, because there's bad apples in all good bunches, you know. So I heard a rumor that TB had a math lab as well, Faye. I did. Hey, Rebecca. I don't know what the dot means, but welcome in. Freemason is a cult. Just hearing this a lot. Well, they're they're a club. They're a club. Didn't one of TB's stepsons or some relative come out at very beginning and say, "Look at the family; they're not good people." Yeah, his Terry Terry Bowersox's son is Chris's stepbrother. One of the sons does not like Chris at all, you know? Yeah, a navy blue jacket. Yeah, I need to go look at the okay, so it's right on the thumbnail. I must have missed that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got to choose the right attorney, Cece. You got it. If you're ever been a part of a secret organization, you will know that there are a lot of unsaid things not in the public and protect each other clause of sorts. Absolutely. Yeah, one's involved, everyone's involved. That's right. And that's scary, you know? Yeah, it's a secret society. I was going to say elite, but it's not always the elitists, you know? And there's upper echelon of sorts. Um Lady Freedom thumbnail for this show, purple shirt, velour blue jacket, in my opinion. Hmm. I didn't see that, Sammy. Oh goodness, Brenda, keep that Wi-Fi going. Oh my goodness, did you see the recent video by Killer Looks? He's great. The Epstein and Trump video might be connected to Summer and Sebastian. Really? I'll have to go look at that. Killer Looks. I don't know about that one, Brenda. Thank you for recommending it. Yeah, there's upper echelon. Yeah, Liberty, exactly. You get in the higher levels, and that is when you find out what it's really about. That's right. There are people who are kept, you know, I mean, it's like levels, right? And the lower levels don't know. That's right. They're just kind of like the worker bees, right? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, thank you, Kiki. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I see. That does look purple. See, and I had to look at her hoodie in a different light because right here it looks black. And I'm like, wow, she looks like she's prepared to do something in the dark there, buddy. Can we make out what logo it is, or is it just a regular purple shirt? That's interesting. Thank you, Kiki. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Chuchi. I just got that. Guys, when Justin was showing his live today, Katie had the Brinks logo on her vehicle. So whenever Justin was in Hendersonville, and that was for the last vigil that they held, I think Katie had the Brinks logo on her vehicle. Now I don't know if she had a different wrap put on afterwards, but the logo was there, and I zoomed in. I was like, "Look, you guys, so you can see the logo," you know. So I wanted to show you guys that. That's awesome, Chuchi. Thank you for sending me that. Thank you so much. Yeah. Now that's not a whole wrap, so I'm wondering, but I mean, even on the back it says, well, maybe Brinks. The side definitely says There's my comment. Oh, look, Katie's van has the Brink logo. You got to zoom in to see it. Thanks, Chi for sending that to me. Wow. Can't tell the logo, just thought it looked to be a tighter material. Yeah, absolutely, Kiki, thank you. Yeah, I wonder about that too. And Nina's experience, exactly. Nina experienced that as well. Yeah. But one thing I would do want to point out in these, and thank you, Faye. One thing I want to point out in these is that, we can see the traffic from both sides is where the camera is situated. It points to both sides of the highway, so either way you're looking, north or southbound. On Does it run north and south? I hope I'm not misspeaking there. But on I-65 you could, it's saying 20 north. Hopefully that's right. So interesting. And this is there's a lot of activity going on. It's 2 a.m. in some parts of, um you know well, in that part, I think they're an hour behind. Um, but as we go up towards Millersville, there's more cameras. That one is working. That one's not working. And we don't know which cameras exactly were working that night either. We could see. Let's see. All right. Okay, so this is we could go. There's a lot of different tools on here. Whoops, I almost clicked off our stream. There's a lot of different tools on here that can show the different areas and what construction was going on and all of that. So just something to take a look at, guys. And I think it's just interesting, that we're seeing that, they have the capabilities of finding out, who is in the neighborhood as well. So I saw Bledsoe and I was like, oh, okay, never mind. But that was one of the places they wanted to put Sebastian until Seth said no, because they were abusing children there. So, but just a fun tool to kind of look at, so we can take a look back and forth, Yeah, it was a Brinks. Yeah, she had it on there. Oh, thanks, Bad Girl. Yeah, she had it on there. Can't tell the logo just looked. Oh, sorry, I saw that one already. That's right. And let's not forget the nudge in the interview by the Footlings when Clarksville was mentioned. Exactly. Exactly. They're always trying to blame, everybody but themselves. And that's, always a huge red flag for me, because I think there would be a certain amount of guilt no matter what, especially if Sebastian went missing out of, Katie's home, for example. I know they should have the data from the cameras, and they should have the license plate readers can tell everybody's license plate, so at least they would know everyone's where, or excuse me, they could read the license plate, see who the car is registered to, and know who was in the area, in my opinion, in Detroit. So and we just don't know, Brenda, it could be a big trafficking ring. I did look into a lot of that. Um, fairly well, it was probably more like, I'm gonna say May, June of last year. I really did a deep dive into the area. A lot of corruption, guys, a lot. CC, who is the brother of CP that lives in the Kentucky and wants nothing to do with the family. JLR was able to interview him in December. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one we were referring to. So that's one of TB's sons. Yeah. Yeah. He's got 2 sons and a daughter. Thanks, Liberty. Yeah. So, and he's not fond of Chris, the one. The other one is a criminal, in my opinion. Yeah, that looks really good, right, CC? CP was eager to say the traffic camera was not working on the main road. Right, very eager. And what's the reason? You know, what would the reason be? Is it down for maintenance? Are they doing a reboot on the system? Do they have to, like KJ Max said earlier, is there something where, there's a time lapse or where they shut the cameras down, and that's just kind of a technical issue or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, really, if Walmart can save their footage for years, you'd think they would too, in my opinion. Absolutely, because look at how many crimes it can solve. Look how, we if we need to, excuse me, if we need to look back on it, well, then we have it, you know. Let me see if I can't get some more data off of this camera action that we got here. And again, thank you so much for sending that over. I so appreciate that. It'll just help us look into it. And, if you guys get bored or something like that, or if you guys are interested, definitely take a look at that. I'm going to hop off here. I have to make a part 2 to this video for Devlin in his case, because there's a lot of information that's been put out there that is, well, let me get Devlin up here. I hate to put him with this, but just has to happen. So Devlin Lee Hatfield Tate, he went missing on April 21st, 2025. He left his Lake Odessa home on the morning of April 21st, 2025, and he ended up stopping over by the dumpsters and that's according to an eyewitness, over by the Family Dollar. He gathered some cans. He jumped in the dumpster, poor kid, gathered up some cans, and he was taking them over to Carl's Supermarket. That's where he used his food card or his EBT. They call it a bridge card in Michigan. And that was the last transaction, 8:21 a.m. Then he walks over to the laundromat and he plugs his phone in because the two people that he was living with at the time was the one in the striped shirt and the one in the Star Wars shirt. And they had cut him off of the electricity and didn't let him charge his phone. Right? And they say it was because of chores, but I'm going to show you guys the chore list and everything. I'm going to put it in this next video that I'm making, because what the one in the striped shirt, who is Tamra, by the way, his quote unquote sister, is trying to tell a new YouTube channel. It's a very small channel, but they're so excited to be talking to someone that's connected to the case that they're willing to disparage Devlin Tate. And I'm not going to allow for it. And we're going to set the record straight. So I did a part 1, and I'm going to continue on with the part 2. I think it's very, very important because it's not right for Devlin to, on April 1st, 2025, say to everyone on his Facebook page, I love you guys, but I cannot take my sister Tamra anymore. That Facebook post was recently deleted. And this person, Tamra, his sister, has now latched onto this YouTube channel and is pushing a false narrative and lying on Devlin. So we're going to go ahead and represent Devlin how he should be. Now the story has changed, and they're telling this new YouTuber that Devlin went back over to Family Dollar to purchase another phone charger, which was never part of the original story. Thank you, Holly. Thank you so much. And so they're also saying that the family should be trusted when we have 2 RSOs in the family. They're also saying that it's perfectly okay for Devlin to sleep on the floor. That's what she said in her live stream, guys. Wait until you see it. Right? And she's trying to advocate for missing children, missing people? I don't think so. I did see her in there, Mama. I did. Yeah, I did. I just ignored her, you know, because the deleted posts are so suspicious. Big red flags, Holly. And I tried to ask Tamara about it, right? I'm like, hey Tamara, can you please, you know, explain to me what happened there? Or she didn't want to. She wants to talk about Jessica. Jessica. Jessica's the woman in the blue. That's Devlin's biological mother. Is she mother of the year? No, far from it. She's got a lot of issues, guys. A lot of issues, right? But we have to look at every single avenue. And this creator is choosing not to look at any other avenue and use my content in order to bash Jessica, not to find Devlin. Oh, it's bad, Detroit. It's bad. She's latched onto this new person, right? And this new person is saying that it's okay that Devlin was mistreated. You know? No, it's not her, Cheryl. She shows herself and everything in the beginning of her video. It's so childish and messy, Holly, and it's so bad that I wouldn't mind anybody disagreeing with me, but this woman, she spends the first hour bashing me and Jessica, and then she turns around and bashes Devlin in the second half, right? There was like halftime. Oh, here we go. Blow the whistle. We're going to start blaming this child. Devlin had a lot of issues, you guys. On top of the fact that he was dealing with a lot of family members who were mistreating him. I don't care who talks to me and who doesn't. I'm always going to stand up for Devlin. So if they choose not to talk to me anymore because I'm standing up for Devlin, so be it. You know? It's absolutely crazy. You know? And so I'm going to be working on that. We're also going to do a live stream because I want to set the record straight on some of the things that Jessica was telling us in the beginning. Not everything that she said was a lie, right? But a lot of it was embellished. And I just want for Tina to be able to come up and talk with me about it, right? Because where we're told that Adam Nolan is Devlin's father, I don't believe that. Because I've done some research. Tina's done some research. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. But at the end of the day, I think what we really need to focus on is where Devlin could have gone, right? So I told you guys the story is changing a little bit, but after 9:30 in the morning, or excuse me, after 8:21 a.m. in the morning, we have Devlin who's not caught on camera anywhere else, right? Like he's caught at Carl's allegedly. I've never seen the footage myself, so I have to say allegedly because unless I can see it myself, show it to you guys, um, you know, then I would be able to feel comfortable and confident in pushing that for you guys. But since I haven't seen it myself, I'm still skeptical. However, I've heard from reliable sources that that was the last time Devlin was seen at 8:21 a.m. Now, fast forward to Devlin being reported at 10:32 p.m. by the girl in the Star Wars shirt. That's Sabrina, right? Oh, sorry, I missed something. Hold on. Space Ace, welcome in. Says if you're talking about Dwayne Smith, kid, Jessica, she belongs in prison also with them. Tina, ha, see, I'm right. They all belong in prison. Yeah, hun. You do see my background here, don't you? It says they all failed Devlin. Jessica's picture. Sabrina's on there twice. Tamara's sitting there in a striped shirt. And then Mary quite contrary, who has the reward fund. Jess's father. Who's Jess's father, hun? Who is Jess's father? I know Jess's mother lives like a block or two away from her. Um, I believe that too. I believe that too, Detroit. I believe it's either Tim or Bill. Well, let's be honest. Timothy Hatfield, he signed the birth certificate. He also was listed as the father. He also had custody taken away from him by his own family members, right? His grandparents took custody of Devlin, right? Undeniable. Undeniable. And if you have a full name for me, you can email it to me, hun. I don't want to dox anybody, but Space Ace, if you want to send me an email, you absolutely can. And I will definitely look into that further. So, I have no problem doing that because I know I've looked into some of them. No, not Tina Smith. I'm talking about Adam Nolan's mom. Faye says, Lady Freedom, why the adopted mother didn't call Devlin back? Was she in the bathroom for 30 minutes? Ugh, I know, Faye, exactly. Yeah. What was she doing there for so long at 9 a.m. allegedly? Well, guess what, Faye? Now Tamara is telling American Justice, this other creator who I've done a video on, I'm going to do the part 2 on. She's telling her that basically Sandra wasn't home at that time. Can you believe that? She's saying that Sandra wasn't home and that's why she didn't answer Devlin's call. Unbelievable. Right? And then Tamara's also pushing that Devlin was not at the laundromat at 9 o'clock to 9:30. All of a sudden now he was at Sewer Plant Road at 9:28. You can't make it all the way from Lako Laundry to the Family Dollar off of, French Fry Lane, Sewer Plant Road, that area, without it taking at least 10 to 15 minutes to walk that. So she's totally screwing up the entire investigation from this other YouTuber, right? She's lying to her, and this lady's taking it as gospel and not wanting to talk to anybody else, and then pulling in my content, playing a few seconds of it, and then bashing me, right? I didn't have anything to do with Devlin's disappearance. Unbelievable. Yes, please. Thank you, Chuchi. Do you have receipts on how you're on what you're talking about and what you're how you're talking or what you're talking about? Yeah, I mean, send me an email. Oh yeah, and hun, I think you're talking about a completely different story, Space Ace. This is Devlin Lee Hatfield Tate, and he is missing out of Lake Odessa, Michigan. So I think you're on a different page than we are. Faye says, in my opinion, Matt kept him on the phone till he got there. It'd take 30 minutes from Sarah's house to Carl's, allegedly. Oh, from Tamara's. I gotcha. Yeah. That's what he said. He told all of us, and I have the screenshots to prove it. I'm going to put it in the video, Faye, that he was on the phone, and the reason he answered the phone was because Sandra was in the bathroom. And then, Tamara says that they're having a pissing match back and forth, right? Or she thinks that they were having a pissing match back and forth. But Sandra never talks to Devlin, not once, right? So, yeah, I think he's talking about, or she's talking about, a completely different case, Cece. I'm not sure what she's talking about. Yeah, I don't know who B is. He must have been the hoverboard from the Back to the Future. I mean, the only way he could make it over there, I could see maybe if he had a bike, but he would have been having to talk for 2 minutes at least. Or excuse me, he would have had to been talking to Matt that, during that time. If Matt is telling the truth that he spoke to Devlin while he was at the laundromat and he had his phone plugged in from 9 to 9:30. And it seems like Matt has been truthful. So he must have had a hoverboard. you know she wasn't home, but her cell phone was. Make it make sense. Thank you, Faye. Exactly. Exactly. It's a lot of new information that is of course being pushed by Tamra, right? And it's very suspicious, Faye, because I was dropping some of my suspicions for Tamra because one, she got Devlin put on the Missing in America website, which I thought was fantastic. So I'm like, oh, that's a positive. When I spoke with Pastor Marilyn from the church, who saw Devlin and ate with him on Easter, a lot of what Tamra had told me before checked out through Pastor Marilyn. So I was like, okay, maybe I need to take some heat off of Tamra and maybe let's look more into Jessica because Jessica was exhibiting a lot of behaviors that did not seem normal to me. And so with that being said, I took heat off, right, for a while on Tamra and Sabrina and Will, in my opinion, and I put it over on Jessica. And instead of Tamra being happy that I took the heat off of her and started talking more about what Jessica's role in things were, instead of that, she decides that she's going to come after me, right? I mean, she's always been around Jessica, or after Jessica. Her and Jessica are after each other, and it made me not want to work with either one of them. And guys, I have receipts about and they're from multiple sources that are and reputable sources, not people like that you can't trust, like Tam Tam and Little Miss Sabrina up here, right? That said that they had a private investigator on the case, some bigwig guy out of New York, and they dropped the case because of the family. And it wasn't just because of Jessica. It wasn't just because of Tamra. It wasn't just because of Sabrina. They dropped the case because they couldn't get a straight answer out of no one. Right? And they were all coordinating together when Devlin went missing. Jessica ignored his phone call. I've put the last phone call that she sent, or excuse me, the last text message correspondence with Jessica and her son Devlin in the very time frame that he went missing. Right? And she was ignoring him. So, yep, Matt did say that their house was 30 minutes away, Faye. He sure did. And I pulled in all of Matt's comments. I sent them over to the appropriate people. And everybody knows what was said. For American justice to turn around and try to respin the narrative, that's going to be very difficult at this time. And I bid her good luck. But every time she does that, and every single time, so help me God, she starts to blame Devlin, I will be right there, because that is not going to happen. This young man deserves justice, and there's no reason for him to be blamed. Now, if he decided to get into a car with somebody that he met online, it's still not his fault what happened to him, right? I'm not saying that they have any type of involvement, but to act the way they are and to try to start respinning a narrative 9 months in, there's some reason why Tamara wants to stay on top of this. There's some reason why Tamara wants to lie, in my opinion. So, I can't allow for it. Thanks, Brenda. I mean, this young man, he had it so hard, you guys, and everything has been put out there. Do you know that he was SA'd by some woman in the park and he told his mother about it and no one helped him? Right? No one did. And then Tamara turns around and says, I bet you he was the one that was the rapist. I have the text message. Right? But every single time I want to ask her a question, it always comes back to Jessica, 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 Jessica. Well, what proof do you have that Jessica has involvement? She was in Arizona. You guys called her at 7:30 her time. Again, that is something that Matt has corroborated. To report Devlin missing, but he wasn't even supposed to be home until 10. Oh, KJ, it's so bad. It is so bad. This woman is just so misinformed and she's doubling down and digging in her heels, you know? So we'll get into it. Good night, Bo. I'm right behind you. But yeah, no, Detroit. I mean, we've all been so invested in Devlin's case since we started covering it at the 5-month mark. I really wish that I could have gotten into it earlier, right? But when I got into it, it was like way out of control. You had all kinds of stuff going on Facebook, 2 different pages. I think there was 3. But there was just so much going on. And the whole time the Tates were going from channel to channel to channel, calling people stupid, you don't know what you're talking about, da 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 da. Right? And they finally got one person to lie for them, and that's American justice, in my opinion. And I'll show you guys why I believe that. Thank you, KJ. Yeah, I know. I just don't want to. It's awful. It's awful, but the math ain't mathin', Brenda. It's just not mathin'. You know? It's not mathin'. So we're gonna try to figure this out. And also, I would urge people. I get that people like certain creators, and that's not a bad thing. I'm all for it, but I also don't like the misinformation. We've already gone over all of this stuff. I was trying to kind of squash the past, that sort of thing. We've already gone over it. I'm not going to continue to go up here and bash people over and over for the same thing. That's not my style. That's not the goal. The goal is to find Devlin. So I would really like the focus to remain on Devlin, but now I want to go over some of these posts that I've posted and add them to this video so you guys can see that this is not true. So I'm going to do that, but I also want to remain focused on what could have happened to Devlin, right? Because we have him talking to Matt last thing, 9:30 a.m., right? I don't know about the sewer plant road stuff. I'm not sure about that. It can come out later that was true. But if that's true, then I would hope that there was a screenshot of the Life 360 showing him there. Now, Life 360 can be altered, so that's something to consider, Oh, Cece, same here. I hate that too, because there's so many good creators out there, But how did Sabrina know where Devlin's last phone was and send the police there? Exactly, Faye. Yeah, she sent the police right to where his phone pinged. Last phone ping was. That has always been super suspicious, and I can't forget that. Like, there's no reason, And because a suspect knows. Thank you, Chuchi. A suspect knows, right? And Sabrina's not the brightest crayon, right? I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying that she's not a good liar. Look, she stole the reward money, and then right away she was like, it was me. I mean, if you put a little bit of pressure on Sabrina, she's going to crack, I mean, it's not difficult, right? And she's also said and did a lot of things that are highly suspicious, in my opinion. And so has Tamara. Will wants to be in the background and tell her to get off the phone, don't be talking, blah, blah, blah. He hasn't been very vocal, but I also would like for the real Tim Hatfield Jr. to please stand up, right? Will the real Tim Hatfield, who signed Devlin's birth certificate, please stand up? Will the real Tim Hatfield, who had Devlin taken away from his custody, not just Jessica's custody, please stand up? We're going to have a problem here. You know what I mean? We're going to have a problem. We do have a problem. Devlin's been missing for 9 months. And everybody wants to worry about themselves and not him. And that's a big problem. Yes, a foe has been unlocked. KJ Mack. In my opinion, Matt, Sabrina, her husband, must be questioned and polyed. Hey, they said they were going to take a polygraph. They still haven't. That was another thing, Faye, that I was like, hey, if they're willing to take a polygraph, okay, right? There was a couple of things that were happening that I was like, okay, let me take some heat off of them. Let the law enforcement handle it, right? But who deleted those posts? And it's not reliable. It can be manipulated, It can be manipulated. It sure can. So that's a big problem, It's a big problem. Another thing that's very similar to Sebastian's case, I just want to bring this up real quick before I take off here. But Sabrina deliberately made yard signs that said that, and spread the word around that Devlin and his cognitive ability was much lower than what it actually is, right? She was telling people that Devlin's mentality was that of a 7 or 8-year-old. So you mean to tell me Tamra and Sabrina allowed for Devlin to walk the streets aimlessly day after day after day when he had the mentality of a 7 or 8-year-old? Would you allow a 7 or 8-year-old to walk the streets anywhere? And if the answer is yes, I think we need someone to get their head checked. And I think you might want to go look in the mirror, and that will be your answer. You don't allow for a vulnerable person to walk the streets anywhere by themselves. Now, we found out later that Sabrina was lying to everyone. So now that we know that Devlin does not have the mentality of a 7 or 8-year-old, now that we know that Devlin was very smart, very resourceful, and was surviving essentially on his own, he wasn't being fed at their house. Oh yeah, I guess Sandra sent him over some peanut butter bread and cheese and milk. Not good enough. Right? He was made to sleep on the floor. It's very, very wrong. And I think that Devlin would have done perfectly fine if he had a studio apartment and he was collecting his benefits as he should have been, but that wasn't good enough for Tamra and Sabrina. They wanted their grubby little paws on his money. And even after he went missing, they put their grubby little paws on Devlin's money. So you tell me who we should be looking at, because Jessica was paying for her son's phone. It is what it is, folks. The truth will always come out of my mouth. I'm not going to sugarcoat it just because I like one person or the other. It doesn't matter who I like. I care about Devlin, and I care about finding him. That's first and foremost. I don't care if I thought Tamara was the best thing since sliced bread and she was just the most amazing, wonderful person. It doesn't matter to me. The truth is the truth, and I'm always going to talk about it, whether they like it or not. So, with that being said, we're going to do that. Yeah, sleeping on the floor. Yeah, now I'm going to get all worked up. That gets me every time. I know, KJ. I just think about how uncomfortable it had to been, you know? I know there's different apps that you can track your phone or family members. I was just asking how Sabrina knew exactly where his phone was. Well, and the thing is that I think that it's because they planned that. Like they sent the police to that area so that way somebody could go over there, ping the phone, right? And maybe even dump the phone somewhere. That's my opinion, right? Because the phone ping, the dispatch audio has the call, the him being reported missing, Devlin was reported by Sabrina 10:32 p.m. His phone didn't ping until about 11:30, a little bit after 11:30 p.m. in the trailer park. So the police went straight to the trailer park, looked around for a little bit, right? It's not a big trailer park, and then they left. And then after that is when Devlin's phone pinged, in my opinion. But I know what time the phone pinged because I was told that by a very reliable source. KJ Mack, I would like to think Ellie would contact Meta to find out who was messing with the Facebook account. I would think so too, Cece, but they're not going to tell us. Even though I had all of the information straight over to them, they're not going to like let me know anything about it, which is understandable. Because they don't know if I'm going to blab it all over, to all of you fine people, you know. So I was so hoping KJ Mack, because it would be easy, to show who logged in, where the login location was. I was really hoping that it was Devlin. I really was, but obviously it's not him. Don't be sorry, Mama. It's a good question, Detroit, and not to be overlooked. Who told her or where did she look for that info? I really think it could have been after the fact, but I think that we need to put our heads together too, because that could really tell us. I mean, there was a sighting. Now, I cannot say this for sure because this is hearsay, and this is something that other people said they witnessed. But there were two people that witnessed Devlin around the same time, about 3:30, over by the trailer park, and he was headed back towards home. Right? And I can't say 100%, but there's also that. So I kind of not wanted to add it to the timeline, but then I'm like, oh, but we have two people that corroborated, and oh my gosh, should we? I don't know. But I mean, just kind of an FYI, that's what's being alleged. We can't, the sugar stays in the kitchen, Chuchi. Well, and I mean, the thing is that who's going to advocate for Devlin? Because no one else was. They're out for themselves big time. All of them, big time out for themselves. Detroit, I guess I'm assuming they checked all of the family members' phones. I think they did. I hope they did. But I'm not 100%. They didn't even have when Mr. and Mrs. E's crime cast did their live on Devlin Tate, the family, and that was back in July. The family didn't have access to the phone records, and neither did law enforcement because of Devlin's age. So I don't know if they, but I do know, and I will say, in July of 2025, it was a big month. They went back on July 4th, allegedly, according to Tamra. She was in the hospital and they searched her house inside and out on the property, also searched by the lake. And then Jessica sent me proof of her side of things, and they had sent her a Google notification that they were about to get all up in her Google, like all up in it, so I mean, they were definitely looking into Jessica, Tamra, Sabrina. And guys, I can only hope and pray, and this is my opinion, that it's because of the true crime community, Mr. and Mrs. E's, the pressure that was put on, that was the catalyst for that happening, right? And the next thing you know, Crime Time Buzz has Tamara on the panel, and then next thing you know, Panda Bear's mom tells me I should, cover this case of Devlin's. I got onto the case. So Devlin was in really good hands up until just now. And that's my humble opinion. But two reputable creators, in my opinion, especially the E's. Little Miss Sharon, thank you so much for your super sticker. Thank you. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. I just don't have a good feeling about Sabrina, even though she gave the appearance of answering questions openly. I'm picking up on a pattern of discordant pattern from her. Well, yeah, she is definitely someone who don't get all up in my Google, KJ Mac. She is definitely someone who has been open. Aw, thank you. Absolutely. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. I can't wait to go. I think it's going to be effective. I really do. I'm hoping and praying it is. But yeah, she's been somebody that's, been vocal on Facebook, been vocal. She came up on the panel, but it was because she was kind of forced. She was backed into a corner to come on my panel. Now, she went on Piper's panel, right? And that was a little bit different. And I still want to show you guys that. And that was a little bit different because she, again, might have felt backed into a corner. Like if she didn't do it, then Piper was going to side-eye her. And Piper is just down to business, I mean, yeah, she does her Facebook thing and she's got her group of people and, just like we do, we conversate. But I mean, she's actually really a great asset to have there. So, I don't want anybody getting up in my Google. KJ Mac, that's funny. Sometimes I wonder about some of the searches I do. I'm like, oh, I hope the FBI knows that I'm in true crime because this doesn't look good. So, well, I love you guys so very, very much. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for sticking around and listening about Devlin's story. I'm going to try to put a little bit of background into this part 2. Again, just the receipts that I have, and then also telling Devlin's story because this part 2 is going to be hard, and I've been working on it, but then I had to take a break because I was getting aggravated. Yes, the appearance of the appearance, big word, right? Big key word. The appearance of openness and honesty is a strategy. Well, and I think that after what Tamara has pulled here, I think that her willingness to put Devlin on the Missing in America flyer was just that. Right? The appearance of doing something that she should be doing. Right? Because criminals always look and they will always model behaviors that are the normal, so people don't look at them. But it's too late for them. It's far too late for them, in my opinion. Good night, Shadow. Good night. Deep down shady. Yep, this family has many, many skeletons in many closets. Detroit, you are not kidding. And if this lady wants to ruin her reputation over Tamara, more power to her, but I'm never going to let that happen. And I will never let Devlin's name get drugged like that. I mean, it is just, and I know I'm a little bit overprotective, but I think it's for good reason. Don't disparage this kid just because you want to click in a view or you want the family members to keep talking to you. It's my opinion too, Detroit. Thank you for adding that. Thank you so much, little Miss Sharon. Aw, thank you. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go ahead because Devlin's in the outro. I know it's sad. So I won't be mad if you leave, but I'll play this out just so that way we leave thinking about these kids. We cannot stick our head in the sand and we cannot ignore evil because when we do, we have missing children who are not found and we can't have that. All right, dragons, have a good night. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Little boy, you should be in your father's arms tonight. Little boy, today day the darkness stole your light. And oh, little boy, this never should have happened to a boy, a little boy. I'm sure you're glad it's over, but our hearts are broken without you here. And I heard your mama crying, and I heard the wings of 20 angels flying. There ain't nothing that I can say. Little girl, your presents wrapped, they're waiting for you. Little girl, this house so still, so sad without you. Little girl, this never should have happened to a girl, a little girl. You need to know we're sorry, and our hearts are broken without you here. Today a nation's crying, and I heard the wings of 20 angels flying. Are there any words to say? Would you give new life and then steal it back? Is this all part of the plan? Is this your sovereignty? Were they really called home? No, it can't be that simple. We've wrestled with you, now we crawl away crippled. And I heard our Father crying, and I heard the wings of 20 angels flying.